live.
To what, Chris?
Do your mom.
That's our DM, ladies and gentlemen. Doing your mom.
Hello, everybody. This is episode
My name is
20.
Markiplier.
I hate you. This is episode 24 of The Adventures of Venuru, The Echoes That Parted. Skylar and Caden are once again not here. Caden's computer is blowing up, I think, as we speak, and Skylar is at least in the Antarctic by now.
In the mountains, you don't see me complaining.
Yeah, well...
Are you cold, Nate?
Anyway, today we have with us starting at the top.
It is me. I'm Evan, and I'm playing Asher Stav.
Yeah, not for long.
It is me,
Probably.
Seth. I'll be playing Morark.
It is me, Nathan, and I play Raditz.
It's me, John, and I play Rakkus.
Hi, I'm Jay. I play Cyphus. Willowblade.
And...
Am I continuing to play Dave in this episode, or I thought?
Well, maybe until he fucking dips, because you guys haven't gotten
Okay.
short.
And for a short temporary while again, David.
Hey, at least you've played him so much he's level 9 now.
Yeah, that's how that works. Yep.
I wonder if Cyphus is gonna die and he's just gonna play David for the rest of the campaign.
You'll see.
Dude, that would be hilarious if that happened. If, like, you get rid of Davin leaves, and then immediately in our next combat, Cyphus actually dies. And you're like, shit, now I have to play Davin.
You know, if that happened, JJ would be yelling at me.
Yeah, no. If that happened, my desk would be broken in half. I want to make that clear.
You're saying it hasn't been broken in
The
half?
computer is on his desk, and then he would need a new computer because the computer fell because he broke
Nah,
his
dude,
desk.
I'm just- No, dude, I have the lucky feet. So if I pounded my desk, it would break, but I'd use my lucky feet to make sure that the computer doesn't fall and break.
Okay, well.
Bro,
Anyway.
you don't have the lucky feet.
All right, I'll start with the D&D jokes. I'll just be the funny haha man today. All right, how's that?
Yeah, because Skylar's not here still.
Yep, I gotta go.
Yeah, do your job, please.
Yeah, you gotta start just breathing into your microphone whenever something happens. Anyway, in the last session, the party went onto Skull's Keep and docked their ship, where Aster was found with a very broken arm from his far fall, in which I should have killed him for. Morark gave Aster a brief talking down, and the party immediately set out to find Darium in the forest of the island that was covered in skulls and bones across the floor, as well as torrential pools of this black liquid, seemingly coinciding with the storm that was also raining black liquid around them. And then from there, they almost ran into an encounter which Jonathan successfully didn't fail his perception check to initialize an encounter that was supposed to weaken you guys before you got to Darium, but, you know, it's all good in the hood. They eventually reached a cliffside where there was a laboratory building. Entering the building, they passed many creations of Darium and notes he had left, and many of them were, rather than notes, they were rather letters being sent to individuals, or perhaps not in the process of being sent. They exited through the back of the building, where they found, at the edge of the cliffside, an altar made of a familiar metal that Raditz recognized, and on top of that altar was this black cloaked individual kind of laying on top of the altar. And also there was these four kind of gelatinous Morark's face was kind of plastered on each of these gelatinous green creations, but and Darium was also there, and they initialized combat where fucking Raditz threw the body off the cliff into the water, which was absolutely epic, and Morark ripping Darium in half, quite literally, and then taking off his head. I think that should be enough to prevent him from coming back to life, but I guess Morark will find out. The party spent a good time just thinking about what to do next and thinking about what they've achieved so far. Morark, David, and Raditz, on the way back to the ship, separated from the party and went to explore the abandoned civilization and receive some exposition about the inhabitants, including Grand Priest Lucius, Fiver, and Alexander, and more importantly, a reference to Killian being on this island in the past. Yeah, some funny, Seth?
Yep.
Alright. Let me just copy something. Okay. Why did that? Disgusting.
Understandable.
They began, when they got back to the longbow, they set out back to Utoro Bay, at which the party all went to sleep after a bunch of discussions were had, more about moral implications, and a lot of them being about how are you doing. And Morark and Aster had two separate interesting dreams. Morark apparently saw the apparent real face of Killian, and it similarly looked like Aster's. However, it appears that Killian's face was more scarred and more chiseled and older, and his hair was gray and kind of longer, rather silver and longer. And he was over this kind of celestial being who was lying on the floor and seemingly greeted Morark before Morark woke up. And then Aster had a dream where he woke up on the shore, similarly to how Aster woke up and started the entire event of his journey. And there he recognized the harpy-like figure with wings behind her that had fought the party at one point in the forest, to which Aster had resurrected, greeting this apparently Aster. And as Aster looked at his hand and seemingly sucked away the soul of the individual known as Seraph. When Morark woke up, he received a message from Lumigrax, the kobold you guys had taken care of for a good portion of time, from Fiver's little crew, saying that a white dragon is attacking Najima and says it's looking for your posse. And we will pick up with Morark kind of sitting up in bed after he just woke up.
Side quest time.
Side quest time. Also, quick note for Aster. When you wake up, your back kind of feels uncomfortable. It feels like you're kind of laying on something. Then you kind of look over your shoulder and you see these kind of feathery wings behind you.
Oh.
They're not the same color as your normal wings that you would produce when you go into your celestial form. They are black feathers, and they kind of look like Seraphs when you had met her initially.
Huh.
Anyway, back to Morark waking up in bed. Morark, you can respond to Lumigrax's message if you'd like.
I can.
Yeah.
In
25
there a
words.
word requirement? Okay. 1 second. If you want to cut to somebody else for a
He's
minute,
like,
you
I
can.
gotta type up a 25-word
Yeah.
essay.
This is gonna take me a moment, so you can switch
Alright.
to somebody else if you want.
Is there anything else anyone would like to do waking up in the morning?
Morning stretches.
All right. You get out of bed and do your morning stretches. Hands to toes, knee to chest. Classic ones. And yes, John, you probably should. I imagine that won't encumber you, so... Yeah, technically, he's kind of right. Anyway, Aster, is there anything you'd like to do?
I would like to examine the wings closer. Is there a mirror?
Yeah, I'd say there's like a mirror. You guys, the main core of the group aren't in separate rooms. They're kind of in similar rooms. You guys are in one kind of big room with bunk beds
Oh.
at the front of the ship, or at the bow. But you all are kind of waking up on your bunk beds, unless you want to sleep in. So, Aster, you can hop down from either the top or bottom bunk, and you kind of look at your wings, and I'd say that sure, there's a mirror in your room. You walk up and you turn your back to the mirror and you look over your shoulder. It looks like the wings have been scarred onto there. There's kind of these gashes around where your wings protrude out of your spine. And, I mean, it feels almost natural. But there's a strange sense that this isn't normal.
Mm-hmm. How similar do they look to Seraph's?
By the way,
Wing.
everyone, when they wake up, sees Aster's black feathered wings just protruding out of his back. They look almost dead like Seraph's.
Now, I've got a question. Weren't Seraph's wings bat wings?
Yes. However, I'm mentioning the color. And actually, they're similar to yours in that it's a feathery pattern. However, they're similar to Seraph's where it is black in color. And kind of, it's more smooth rather than, I guess, rough compared to her bat wings.
I see. Okay. Yeah, this is good to know. I would like to test the wings.
I gotta read something real quick.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh, nice. Anyway, so do you exit your room?
Yeah.
Quick note for Aster. You realize as you kind of move to put on your shirt, and you pick it up and you look at it and you try to fit it over your back and it doesn't fit anymore.
Uh-oh. Okay. What Ash is gonna do is he's gonna take his clothes and he's gonna take does he have do I have like a knife or something on me?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I just took me to. I've got 2 daggers, so I'm gonna grab a dagger, and I'm going to cut slits in the back, about where the wings would be.
they have to be relatively bigger slits if you want to have them kind of expand out of the slits you're currently making.
Yes.
Okay. So it will take up most of your back.
Ooh. Okay.
But putting the shirt back over, your wings immediately kind of find their way through these slits, and they protrude out of these slits.
Very cool.
And you step out, and well, you've flown before. Go ahead and make a athletics or acrobatics check with advantage.
Okay, I will use acrobatics advantage. Okay, let's see. 15.
15? Okay. You buffet your wings and you begin to pick up in the air. It's a little awkward. It doesn't feel exactly the same as your wings that you would obtain from your celestial form, but you kind of begin to get the hang of it. It still feels slightly weird to you, but you fly up to the crow's nest and you land there if you'd like. It just feels a little odd.
Feels odd? How odd?
It's strange because it's been more than a minute and you're not used to, your wings being there for more than just a minute.
Oh, the dewy weird, don't it? Do they feel like these are not my wings? Or are they my wings? These are my wings, are they?
Well,
or they're not.
when you go into your celestial form, one of your wings is skeletal and the other is white and feathery. These are black feathers, so they don't look like your wings at all.
Oh my god, I've got 2 pairs of wings. Whoa. Well, this is an interesting experience. I'm gonna get down from the crow's nest, and I'm going to try and put them away.
So you try to tuck it into your back?
Yes.
Okay. Through the clothing, or you're just trying to bunch them up on your back?
In any way that works.
Well, let me see. Let me think at least. Initially the most free way you could think of is just bunching it together on your back.
Mm-hmm.
Do you try to make them kind of fade away just like your radiant ability, but it doesn't seem to just vanish?
Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
And the best way you figure is them just bunched up on your back.
Alright, I will do that. I will bunch them up.
Okay. Alright. Is there anything else anyone would like to do? Morark, I saw what you sent me.
Mark will begrudgingly get up, get all of his gear on, and head topside to think about what he dreamt.
Okay. Do you want to go to the wheelhouse or just
He's just gonna head to the front of the ship.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, you theoretically could, John, through the long rest. So yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you get up to the front of the ship, Morark, and you're kind of looking over the waters as you pass by. Say your workers or fellow crew members are now kind of... The big bunch of them are starting to get up, and the skeleton crew are now kind of heading to bed. They begin to work on the ship while the skeleton crew's resting. Rackus, you go to your helm, correct?
Yep.
Alright. Rackus, you see, takes the wheel. Notably, you don't see Token anywhere. Nor do you see Ghoul around, but you do see Xanther Savant and Gara kind of having a conversation towards the middle of the ship, along with Dare. And you kind of turn to look away from them and back out to the sea. There's this kind of headpiece that sits next to you as you look out. And once again, it depicts a person pulling a bowstring back. It's kind of lower than you, but you look at it and you look back out to the sea. And there's a slight kind of wind pushing against your face. You close your eyes for a second, and it feels meditative, as no one's around you. You only hear the sound of the kind of crashing waves, the heavy and kind of consistent footsteps from everyone kind of becoming awake and wandering the ship. What else would you guys like to do?
Mark will look through the book.
Okay. Are you gonna go past this section?
Yeah,
Sorry, what'd you say, Nathan?
we're just at sea at the moment, yeah?
Yeah, you're still at sea. You're about a day away from shore.
Oh, excellent. That's plenty of time. I wish to cast Commune.
Oh. How interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Now, let me quickly just have Commune open just in case. But I believe you get 3 questions.
Well,
Big one.
I know I haven't spoken to you all that much, Valencia. I'm not really entirely certain on the works of gods. Quite frankly, I've lost faith in a lot of them. But I do have some questions, and I need them answered. So, I'm gonna ask, who is Morark in the right with what he's doing?
So as you begin this spell, where do you perform it, by the way? Do you perform it in your room, the wheelhouse, or...
In my room.
Okay. So everyone, as you kind of share this big room, you see Raditz kind of sit in the middle of the room. I imagine he sits attempting to be a very kind of knees against the floor, hands on his knees.
No, he's across applesauce. Thank you.
Oh, fair enough. You see him begin muttering something, and initially with asking that question, you get this kind of mix of initially it's a cold feeling in your chest, then it kind of briefly gets slightly warmer, almost like a lukewarm kind of temperature. From that you can discern it's unclear.
That wasn't great, I guess. Very uncertain. Thanks, Valencia. But, it's fine, I still have 2 more questions. What should we do about should we do anything about the Church of Tiana? I think, if anything, Morark should be the one running it. He's the only one who's somewhat just.
Should we do anything about the Church of Tiana? Your chest kind of gets cold, and it's following exactly.
I'm asking yes or no questions that are very complicated.
Yeah. So you're basically just asking, should we do anything about the Church of Tiana? So it's a cold no in your chest. And you have one more question.
It sucks because it's all yes or no questions.
Mm-hmm.
God. Why? No, that's not a yes or no question. Can Tiana be considered a good, righteous god when she has allowed such corruption in her church?
Objection. That's a leading question.
I am putting the gods on blast here. It's a god tier politics.
There's a mix of just a cold and warm feeling. It's initially very cold, and then it's very warm, and then it's very cold again. It seems to be like it's not a question that she doesn't know, but it's a question that she can't answer with a yes or a no.
Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me!
I believe those are your 3 questions.
No, they're not. He has 3 more. Those were just trial. Those are trial runs.
I demand a refund.
I mean, if he just takes another long rest right now, he theoretically could.
Let me speak to your manager.
If you want to take another long rest to regain the ability to, you can. You guys are out for another
Well,
day.
I'm going to go talk to the party about this.
Okay. Raditz, as you kind of stand up from your sitting position, you notice that there's kind of a charcoal kind of soot seat that was around you that seemingly appeared from nowhere. As you kind of stand up, it seemingly just fades away. And then everyone is approached by Raditz, essentially asking, to meet for a moment.
Aster
Well,
follow.
Morark is topside, so
Aster is also topside.
So, Raditz, I imagine you look over the ship and try to find everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Aster, where are you topside?
Kinda nearish the crow's nest, probably.
Okay.
Not on it, just like near the pole.
For simplicity's sake, Raditz, you see Aster way fucking above you in the crow's nest. You know Rakkus is at the wheelhouse right now, and you can directly see straight across from you, towards the front of the ship, is Morark kind of leaning over the rails, looking at the ocean.
Well, I'm gonna go over to Morark in particular because he's more important, and I need to talk to him specifically about this. Most of the questions were related to his business.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You approach Morark from behind. Does Morark take immediate notice, or does he still just look out to the ocean?
I grab him by his... No, I'm kidding.
Morark is just kind of staring out into the ocean, kind of like not necessarily daydreaming or out of it, but he's just kind of like deep in thought.
Morark, I finally got a somewhat straightforward answer from Valencia. However, she also likes to beat around the bush.
About what?
Well, I was asking her some questions related to the Church of Tiana and Tiana herself. And Valencia thinks that we shouldn't do anything about the church. And I asked specifically if Tiana can be considered a good god with, as you mentioned, not doing anything. That one she didn't give me a straightforward answer on.
It's because she's afraid to tell you the truth.
It seems like it. And I'm worried that whatever we're doing is going to cause some sort of war in heaven.
Honestly, Raditz, that's a good thing. Tyrants will protect tyrants. No sense in leaving any of them in power.
I do have more questions that I can ask her later on. So if you have any questions whatsoever.
I'm done asking questions. From this point forward, he kind of turns towards Raditz. He doesn't look angry. He doesn't look anything except maybe like almost solemn in his expression. But he turns to Raditz and he says, I'm done asking questions. I'm going to take action. I asked Alexander for months about what I was, and all he did was lie. I won't get different results asking gods.
You have a point.
I wouldn't think the way I did if I didn't have a point. You're a good friend, Raditz. But this quest I'm about to embark on, you need not take part in it.
Well, I just want... I don't think I'm strong enough to go after what I'm going for. And for the most part, we're on the same path, man.
Yeah. We don't get to choose our paths, do we?
I guess not.
Well, I assume you came up here to probably grab me for something, or was this it?
Well, I wanted to tell you about this. I figured it was something you should know.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if we're gonna do this, I say we would proceed with caution.
I understand. Don't worry, though. The only thing I intend to do is destroy the church. Those who wish to not fight for it, after hearing what I have to say for it, will not be judged or looked down upon. It's simply, it needs to go as it is right now. I don't want to kill and maim innocent people, but at the same time I can't just let corruption and tyranny and almost a dictatorship just keep running.
Your crusade is just, Morark. Just remember, don't lose yourself.
Oh, trust me, Raditz, I'm doing my best not to. Though if I do, don't let me get to that point.
Alright.
Morark will place a hand on Raditz's shoulder and grip it firmly, not necessarily to the point of like pain-inducing, just kind of like a firmly grasp.
Firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it in your hand.
Exactly. He'll kind of look at Raditz and he'll say, "You know, I don't think I could have asked for a better friend."
I could say the same about you, Morark.
He looks a little more happy at hearing that, but he still holds like this somber tone to him.
Yeah. Raditz is feeling just about the same right now. It's more of a weary feeling.
Yeah, that's how I'd put it. It's just kind of like fatigued.
Mm-hmm.
So he looks back out to the ocean. He says, "So, we still have to kill Killian, don't we?"
That we do. He is responsible for most of what's going on.
Yeah. I don't know what I saw in my dream last night, but something is irking me that Aster's involved with Killian to some degree. Whether he knows about it or not, he is.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
And questioning him won't get anything because he doesn't know anything, supposedly anyways. But I'm just wondering what to do about it. What do you think I should do?
Well, let's see what we can do without cutting anyone in half first. Then we'll resort to the cutting.
A fair plan. Thank you, Raditz.
Thanks for the reassurance, Morark.
I think you did more reassuring than I did.
Well, either way, I'm glad we could talk.
We always can.
Yeah.
Morark will turn back out to the ocean, still seemingly like he's deep in thought.
Raditz will also do the same.
Okay.
Is the sun setting now? That's the real question.
It is the morning, so the sun is rising.
Ah, are we looking at the sunrise?
Your eyes begin to burn away as you look
Yeah,
into the sun.
is there some like hopeful music going on in the background?
You can imagine there might be.
It's
We'll
like
increase the muscle
tear.
in our eyes the longer we look at the sun.
Raditz, do you fetch Rakis and Aster as well?
No, I don't think so.
No. I don't think I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to do anything for the day?
There is a thing that I would like to do.
Sure, go for it.
I would like to go to the crow's nest, as I am already there, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm gonna use scrying.
Okay. On who?
The man. The man. You know the man. It is time.
Okay. I believe he gets to make a saving throw, correct?
I believe there is, yes.
Okay. Give me just a moment. I have to pull open his stats.
Alright, so, if in knowledge I've met the target, so he's got no save for that.
I'm gonna pull up your stats.
You're funny.
Body part like a hair, bit of nail. So if I'm related to him, well, yeah, no, the connection, that's going to be something you're going to have to look at. But I believe it would be a flat zero for the knowledge part for the mod save,
Let me look at it.
since you know.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I have to fucking find the DC. Alright, let's see.
Find the DC.
You've at least met him, so...
Yeah. Do I know him well? That's your call. Connection? That's also your call.
Hold on, let me just read something.
Say I would at least have the possession, because my sword's made of his mask, isn't it? Well, blade.
So it's based on your spell saving throw, and then it's modified based on this stuff.
Yes.
Okay. So
My save DC is 17, by the way.
okay. You have a possession.
Do I have a body? Am
24.
I his body?
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll make this saving throw. Wow, that is unfortunate.
You or me, buddy.
All right. Aster, you sit at the crow's nest and you lay your hands on your knees. You begin to focus as you cast the spell. Your bow's kind of sitting on your lap. And you grab the wood of the bow and you begin to tighten your grip on it and focus.
Mm-hmm.
And the kind of atmosphere of where you are at, the kind of cold air pushing past you, and the wooden floor kind of shifts as you open your eyes again, and you see a dark-cloaked individual walking through a forest. Seemingly behind him was what looks like a coastal town. You recognize it to be Utora Bay. He's walking into a forest that you guys had exited from before.
As in the Utora Bay that we were at before we went to Skull Island, the Utora Bay, or am I thinking of a different?
Utora Bay as where you got your ship from.
Okay, that Utora Bay. Oh God, we're on the way. Oh fuck. Shit.
He is walking away through the forest you guys had went through, and at some point near to the end of the spell, he kind of stops moving. You see him kind of wave something in his hands, and you see a seemingly appearing through this portal, a body kind of lands on the floor. You recognize that body to be Seraph's, and you see him kind of look. He crouches down over it. He puts his hand on her forehead again. You see green necrotic energy enter her body, and some enters up his arm. And you see now he has long silver hair that goes at least down to his knees. And as he kind of does this, he stops and he kind of retracts his hand slightly. And he kind of turns around for a moment. Not showing his face entirely, just his hood and a bit of his nose. And then he kind of looks directly what looks like at you. You see a face that looks kind of like yours. Once again, as I described in more extremes, long silver hair, many more scars across his face, his eyes themselves being silver, and he kind of has a more old look to him. Something about it seems like he has a presence about him. And he looks at you. You see him kind of smile a little bit. He kind of waves at you as your spell ends. And your spell ends, and you feel the cold air of the ocean push past against your hair, and you feel yourself back to where you were. Hands still on your bow. You open your eyes, and you're back in the crow's nest.
Oh my god. Wow. Also, I think with this knowledge, I think he's my dad. It's my dad, bro.
God, only if you can see my face right now.
My god. So I wonder, bro. So I'm still technically cursed.
Technically.
I'm gonna try another certain spell that I picked up.
Sure.
Let's see what happens.
Okay. And you're casting it on yourself?
Yep.
Give me a moment.
Swear to God, if this backfires horribly, I will be very sad.
There, as you begin to cast the spell, initially you feel this kind of wave of almost satisfaction go over you, and you kind of see your silver hair that's kind of hanging over your forehead kind of begins to turn back to golden slowly, and then seemingly all at once it goes back to silver, and the spell immediately stops midway through casting. Nothing seems to have changed.
Do I still expend a spell slot?
Yes.
Okay. I have no spells now. But, you know. It doesn't matter. Huh. Well. What an interesting experience. Alright, that is all I will do for now.
Okay. Okay. And is there anything else anyone would like to do? Give me a second. I need to look up something. Hold on. Evan, you would not be able to cast Scrying.
What?
Did you read its material components?
I did not. What did I miss?
It's in a 1,000 gold worth. A focus worth at least 1,000 gold pieces. Such as a crystal ball, a silver mirror, or a font filled with holy water. Worth 1,000 gold pieces. It doesn't get consumed by the spell. However, you need it because it has a gold value cost to it.
Well,
so you didn't see anything actually.
Nothing happened, guys. Not at all. Huh.
Nothing at all.
Nothing happened just now. Wow. Well, I'm stupid anyway.
Is there anything else anyone would like to do for the day?
Morark's pretty set.
I'm all good.
Okay.
I'm just.
As the day begins to close again, and the sun begins to set after another day of travel, off in the very far horizon, you begin to see lights kind of appear, and seemingly land looks very far ahead, but you're getting closer to it. Everyone has a restful sleep, and you all awake in the morning, and you see slowly more and more approaching you is Utora Bay. Rakus, do you command a dock?
Yeah.
Okay. Your ship begins to dock into Utora Bay. It's still a small port town bustling with just elves running back and forth. Never mind. As you dock, Morark, you see a bunch of these individual elves kind of turn and look as this orc steps out of the tavern you guys stayed at once before, and he begins to walk to where you are docking. And he kind of sits at your dock and waits. Do you guys get off the ship? Rakus, if you do get off the ship, there's a word I'd like to have.
Yep. What time of day is it right now?
About midday.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be getting off the ship.
Okay. Before you get off, and you guys see Token kind of firstly walk off the ship and briskly begin to walk away. Xanther and Gara approach you. And Xanther says, "Well, Rakus, this will be our parting of ways, me and Gara to you. I have asked Gara to help kind of run the ship for you, as she doesn't really have anywhere else to go as of right now. But, that being said, it was a pleasure seeing you. If you ever do see Mommy again, give her a hello. And the cart that you guys had wished for, it will be, well, it should be at the stables of the tavern. The only one here." And as he kind of says this, he looks over his shoulder and he says, "Yeah, and that orc owns that tavern. Tev, I think his name was. He's relatively new. Before I left shore, he introduced himself quietly. No one really took notice to him, but so tell him Xanther sent you, and he'll get you your cart."
All right. Thank you. Thank you both for everything.
Gara kind of nods her head, and Xanther says, "Well, what are siblings meant for?"
I'll see you around, okay?
And you see him kind of nod his head, and he does a big kind of bow. I'll be the captain running. Gulran will also run the ship for you. Do you have a way of contacting us if you need us to take the ship anywhere in specific?
Yes, that's a good idea. I pull out my book and have Xanther write his name in it.
Okay. You will write in your book Xanther Savan. Alright, that's a strange way of contacting someone, but we're all pretty strange in our own ways. Right. Goodbye, Rakus.
Goodbye.
Alright. And everyone begins to step off the ship and get onto the dock. And where would you guys like to go? The shops are still open. You're... Oh, right. Raditz, do you bring all the pieces of your cart off the ship and
I'm not gonna fabricate it though. I'm just, unloading it, so to speak. Actually, let's not unload yet. I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna ask the party, "Hey, could you bring the car around here?"
Yep. I will help with that in every way I can.
I'm going to unload the cart piece by piece onto the actual dock.
Okay.
Morark
My
would want
giant
to go to
freaking table, or what remains of it.
Sorry. Morark would like to go to the enchantment shop.
Okay. As you begin walking off of the dock, the orc kind of standing there, seemingly waiting, arms crossed, kind of stands up and looks at you, and he says, "Morark, are you still doing what you told me you were going to do?"
Morark looks around and then shrugs and says, "Nothing's stopping me."
You see him kind of take a breath in. He sighs. Gossip says that Najima is frozen over.
Yeah. There's a white dragon there.
Huh. Well, last time I heard of any white dragons, they were from where the wolves were at, up north. Though, ever since the war the giants had with the dragons in their climactic battle at Sword Valley, they've been rare to find here. Do you have any idea why the dragon would why the dragon would make a move like this?
Yeah, I killed its baby.
Jim kind of nod his head. It's a fair reason. But you could say the same thing would happen if you killed anyone at the church.
I don't need to kill everybody. I just need to kill one.
Why do you need to kill them?
Because as long as they remain in power or remain alive, the corruption will never die.
I could have said the same thing about us.
This time's different, though.
And how do you know that for certain?
Morark kind of shrugs and says, I have a way of making sure things stay the way they're supposed to.
See him take a deep breath in. He sighs. He kind of walks past you onto the dock, and he walks up to Rakis in particular. So, hello, if you haven't met me, by the way, I'm Tev. I run the local tavern here. Dare messaged me through sending that you had won Xanther's cart.
Yes.
Alright, I'll start bringing it around.
Raditz,
Yes.
what's your plan for the new cart?
Oh, I'm not gonna leave. Because there's still business I intended to.
Glad to hear.
But, well, I'm thinking my current cart could use it.
You kind of cut out. I couldn't hear that ending.
Oh, I said I think my current cart can use an upgrade.
That sounds good. How long do you think it'll take you?
Well, 10 minutes. Just the cart round.
Oh wow. Okay. Because I'm thinking if we're going to be off to slay a dragon, we might want to prepare for that.
At this point, you see Tev, and you see this cart. It's actually pretty massive. He kind of pulls it up with 2 horses, almost, or actually rather 3 horses pulling it. Oops. To get an idea of what it kind of looks like, it is sending in the general chat.
Shit.
He pulls it up in front of your dock, and he hops off of it, and he walks up. Marcus, you know the Xanther's kind of looking over the ship, and he's looking at it. And he has this kind of grimace on his face, and then you see it kind of fade away as he stands back up, takes a deep breath in, and continues working on the ship. And Tev gets off of the cart, walks up to Rakis again. Well, this is Xanther's, I guess, what he spent most of his money on. He could be a sailor of the land. He it's pretty big inside. However, the reason it has 3 horses is, well, because first of all, it's pretty heavy, and second of all, well, it has a little attachment at the back. You can add a smaller cart to. If you have extra luggage you need to carry around. It comes with some traveling utensils itself, such as some basic camping equipment, a very small tent, some, well, rations, not a ton, and a lot of horse supplementaries, but you apparently bested him in a duel, so it's all yours. I'm gonna go back to work.
Okay.
Thank you.
This kind of
At this point in time, do I have the rest of the disassembled cart as well as the remainder of the or the iron table.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
You could also
And
enlist
this
the help
cart
of the
hold-
crew, which
Right,
is, what did you say?
And the also the rest of the iron table that we have, right?
Yeah.
Question: how many horses did my other cart have?
Your last one, I believe, had, let's see, it had, I think it was 1, yeah.
We're at 4. I'm going to reach into my bag of holding and pull out slightly the row of useful items. Off one of the patches with a horse on it.
Uh-huh. Okay.
4 horses.
Um,
Everything.
so,
I will use fabricate on my broken down cart, the iron table, and the main cart, and I wish to make it even bigger. And I want to use the iron table as like armor onto our new cart.
okay.
Oh God. That part, bro, it is time.
Okay. Okay. You see, as Raditz walks up to the cart. Morark won't see this, but unless he wishes to stay rather than going to the enchantment shop. you guys see more Raditz with the pieces of the remaining cart you had. Part of the iron table that some of the crew are helping carry. And he pulls out a patch and he kind of rips it off of this robe and he kind of sets it on the ground, kind of poofing out from the patch's smoke. And as the smoke kind of fades away, there's a horse with a saddle on its back just there now. And you begin to cast Fabricate on the cart that you were just given. And, okay.
Hold on, I would like to use Detect Magic, and I want to see if the horse is magical in any way, because it just poofed into existence.
It is not magical.
It is not
It is. Just so you know, Fabricate. It's a 10-minute ritual. So you just see pieces start to fly up in the air.
Yeah.
Like the Lego game.
Lego games. We're playing Lego. We're playing Lego Dungeons and Dragons.
But the cart, the horse itself that was just put into thin air, isn't magical by itself. It is apparently a horse.
Wow.
That was created by magic.
I was just carrying a horse around with me, guys.
Casually carries around horse. How about the cloak itself?
I mean, yes. There's a good bit of magic.
Yeah, the cloak.
Actually,
Item.
The robe isn't actually when he's done with the patch, the robe goes back into a bag and you cast Detect Magic, and the bag entirely is magical. There's a lot of magical essence kind of seeping off of Raditz when you look at him.
He's a magical boy.
Anyway, so Raditz, for the next 10 minutes, the cart will be taken apart, spaces of wood would be cleared, and the metal would be added to the cart for additional armor. And, alright, is there anything, I will get to you in a second more, but what would the rest of the party like to do?
Ast is gonna go to the magic shop.
Okay.
I will also go to the magic shop.
Okay. Where do Cyphus and David go?
You said Rakus went to the magic shop?
Basically, it looks like everyone but Raditz is going to the magic shop.
Where does Raditz go? He stays there.
Raditz is currently constructing what looks like a mega cart.
David will ask Raditz if he needs any help with that. So
This is just gonna take a bit, but no, I got this.
Alright, not a problem. Let me know if you need any help, though. Is there a blacksmith at all nearby?
There's a couple, kind of...
Yeah, there's magic tricks in the street right now.
Wait, what?
There's one doing magic tricks in the street right now. He's referring to Raditz.
Oh.
Funny man, funny.
A couple docks down from you, you see kind of a stand where it says blacksmith and a sign. It's a very small area at the end of a dock, but you can head there if you'd like.
I guess David will just kind of walk around until there's something that more or less catches his eye.
Okay. Being that that the party mainly already explored a lot of this town, you pass by a lot of shops that would be interesting to you, but they all are. One is mainly selling bows and is called the Twine String. One, apparently you see a bunch of the party all collectively grouping at, which looks like a magical shop. You see a kind of a tavern that you pass by that has a bunch of molds kind of going onto it, and it looks kind of damp as you walk past of it. There's obviously the little blacksmith's stand, I guess you could call it, or is what you could call it.
Is there an Toys R Us?
No.
sad boy hours.
But
Yeah.
let's.
Yeah. David will just follow the party then.
Okay. So David will also enter the magic shop.
Yeah.
Okay. And where would Cyphus like to go?
He'll follow as well.
Okay. So about 5 people enter the magic shop. And
Jesus Christ.
You see the elf working the shop with kind of a witch's attire. Well, that is a lot of you. Hello, welcome to my humble abode. Rakis, I believe, do you have what we agreed upon?
Yes, I have it right here. Pull up the little vial. Hand it to her.
She takes it, and she uncorks the vial. Little kind of drop of... She holds it over her mouth, a little drop of blood goes into her mouth. That is the stuff I was looking for. Thank you, Arrakis. Now to uphold our end of the deal. And you see kind of a big transaction being made where she's handing back this pouch of gold. Then Arrakis seems to request some items, and Arrakis seems to take off his studded leather, and he hands it to her. Alright, I will have this done by the end of the day if you stay here long enough.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, now, about the rest of you, yes, what would you like? And she's looking at Morark.
Morark pulls out a bag and places it on the desk, and it's got all the Kraken pieces in it.
She'll open the bag. Oh,
It's got pieces of tentacles, the eyes, and then the beak.
Oh, I see. And then she begins to cast a spell, over it. Good thing you were fast about it, because this stuff would have, started to get bad soon.
I figured.
But I have a way of fixing that. And, what would you like in exchange?
How much is all this worth?
Well...
Oh, and apparently I also got a piece of its head.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe about... I would say, since I've been paid a lot, here. And she kind of reaches under her desk and places onto the desk, I'd say that's about, 20 platinum.
Alright. Mark will technically take it, but he's going to leave the bag up there, and he's going to point to his mithril chest piece, and he's going to say, "How much to enchant this?"
Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm going to be straight honest with you. I am running out of a lot of materials. But I can do a enchantment to it. What are you exactly looking for?
Something to allow more protection.
Okay, I can do such a thing. How about 500 gold pieces?
He'll leave the 40 platinum and then put an additional 10 on there.
Okay. And she'll take the platinum and put it under her desk, and well, I kind of need the armor, so
He'll go ahead and begin to take it off, and he does have a shirt underneath. Keep that in mind.
All right. And she heavily kind of picks it up. And then you see her as she stands up, this kind of orange, bigger pumpkin kind of moves out, and you see it kind of look up at her, and the mouth kind of opens, and you see just a void in its mouth, and she just drops the armor through it. And you hear a little clang in the back room. And then it moves back under her, and she sits down on top of the pumpkin. Alright, that, I'll have that also done by the end of the day.
I'll nod to her and walk out.
Okay. I have 3 more individuals. Wonderful business, but, man, I am really running out of stuff. Okay, how about the blonde one? I spoke.
Hi.
I spoke to you before. What do you want?
All right, I'm gonna pull out 100 platinum. Do you have any focuses worth this much?
Well, the only one I can think of right now is, and she'll stand up, and the pumpkin will move back again and open its mouth, and she sticks her hand down into the pumpkin's mouth. She seemed to fish around for something for a while. She pulls out a gray orb, and she sets it onto the table with a thud, and she says,
What is the orb made out of?
Crystal, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
That is about what I have. It is a old, well, us witches used to use something like this, but it's a little old school, so I'm willing to part with it for 1,000 gold. Actually, make that 1,200 gold.
Oh. There goes all my money. Okay, awesome. I'll Astro will pull out another. Let's see, that is. He pulls out another 10 platinum.
Okay.
And then 100 gold.
You mean 100 platinum and 200 gold? Because
I don't have 200 gold, but I have 119 platinum and 170 gold. So I pulled out another 10 platinum for an extra 100, and then I pulled out 100 in gold.
Because you just said that, so you didn't say you initially pulled out the 100, but alright.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah.
She takes all the money. Okay. Here, take the orb, and she holds out the orb to you.
Thank you.
You effectively have a focus with 1,000 gold pieces.
Very awesome. Very cool. Let's hope there's more than just this one spell that I can use this on.
Okay. Is that all you were looking for? I imagine so. That was a lot of money.
That is all I have money for now, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And then he will walk out. And he's gonna go somewhere.
Now I just have 2 of you. The one in chains and the handsome half-elf. Cyphus and David. Cyphus and David.
They're effectively dead.
They're A-posing right now.
Effectively out of combat. Effectively dead.
They are A-posing as of right now. Well, he said be right back.
Specific specifications for the war cart.
Okay. I saw what you had sent me. I'll read over it.
I'll be able to swing swords out of it, guys.
Do what?
Yeah, that's definitely possible.
I know.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. You'll have 4 kind of openings on each. You have 2 on each side of the cart.
Yes.
Oh, actually, there was a
And it's armored. That's the best part, guys. It's armored.
It's an armored cart, bro.
Okay.
267 pounds worth of iron to work with.
While
While they're gone, I do have another question about a specific thing.
Sure.
I will ask the lady. Have you heard of any stories about really cool hilts or something or whatever?
I can't say that I have. I may be old, but well, I think I know what you're referring to since we had talked about this previously, but
Yep.
no, I don't really know. I know the stories of the items themselves, but I don't know where the location or any stories made on them, just the history of who possibly wielded them, what they were well known for.
Wait. So, were there more than just these two now items that I have?
Yes, there were more than just your great sword and the longbow you just got. At one point, I think a champion wielded two swords.
Ooh.
Though a lot of people
Right
don't
now.
know this, but they called him well, the betrayer champion. He seemingly went against the gods, and for that he was banished in a way.
Mm.
Though not a lot of people know about that one. I'm just old enough to know it.
I see. So, theoretically, is there a way to make a sword hilt that would work?
Well, yes, you can just throw a hilt onto your sword and it would just be a sword, but it's incomplete without its full factor.
So I gotta find. I would have to find the exact hilt.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there
Okay.
is there a library anywhere, by the way?
Not here.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you again.
Okay. Are Cyphus and Divin back yet?
No.
Okay. So, I would like to go into a private chat with John.
Oh.
Alright, John. Alright.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Coolio. So I was just hoping to make more trade deals, because we got more money.
Okay.
Primarily, I was just looking for something to lighten the load because I am carrying so much now.
Are you asking her that?
Yes.
Well, have you considered investing into a movable apartment or a cart?
Well, we have a cart, but I was just thinking personally.
Well, I don't have a lot left. Over these past 5 days, my collection of items have slowly been dwindling. Due to mainly your guys' purchases. Uh, well, I can't think of a way to give you anything that would enhance that other than just making yourself stronger, which would cost a fortune.
Hmm.
However, if you are interested in ways to improve if you have a current cart, I have ways.
What improvements are you talking about?
Well, it's like putting an alarm on your cart. Like for example, if a burglar were to open the door to your cart, I can put a rune on your cart that would let you all know that someone was trying to break into the cart. I am capable of putting a temporary defensive rune on it. Though the counteract of that is no one can leave the cart necessarily. Or stick their hand out the door or windows or such. But it helps protect the guards against perhaps a fall or ramming, something like that.
And how much would that cost?
For both of those,
Um. Well, how much for the alarm? I guess.
About 200 gold.
And I guess how much for the second?
And a bit more expensive. 600, so in total 800 if you're looking for both.
I'll bring it up with my party, but I'll come back. Probably tomorrow morning. We'll see, or maybe when I come back to pick up everything.
Okay, and maybe ask if another one of your members have or are more burlier than you, that maybe they can carry something for you, or perhaps just leave it on the cart. I mean, if I put this alarm on your cart, then no one theoretically can just take it from you.
That's true. And you said if we were to leave the cart, it would trigger the alarm?
If you were to leave the cart, no. I would have to. Well, there would be almost like a checklist inside the cart, and you would put down the initials and names of people who were allowed into the cart. Of course, it's a slight bit of a curse magic where if the individual doesn't say their true name, well, they have an issue. But theoretically, if you just put your names in the book or the paper on the door, you can enter and leave the cart as well. Imagine it's like a, wizards call it a alarm spell, but like that.
Huh. Okay, I'll bring it up when I meet up with the rest of the party.
Alright.
Other than that, I mean, I always could use something to help protect myself from anything, but I mean, I know your stock's getting low, so no worries.
I essentially can only really do enchantments now. I don't really have any items left, and even then the enchantments do cost materials, so...
Okay, I think that's good for me. Thank you very much.
No problem. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, I think that's it. I'm just gonna head back, I think, to the tavern.
Okay, you mean the cart?
Oh yeah, I guess the cart, because everyone's over there.
Okay. Have Cyphus or David returned yet?
No.
No.
It's
They're dead.
yeah.
Okay.
Jay has died.
No more live.
He's on Discord on his phone right now.
I'll draw
I'll
them.
send him a text.
Dude, we got 5 horses pulling our war cart. How's that guy make you guys feel?
Can we
That's
mount
a
a
lot of
ballista onto it?
Huh?
Yes.
Can we mount a ballista
Yes.
onto it?
You know, I'm sure we could do that.
Get over. Actually, those are very expensive. I'm pretty sure those are very expensive.
I'm sure
I
Rackets
even include the fact that we have drop-down side windows, like large enough for you guys to basically lean out and just start like mailbox hammering everything, or basically fight effectively, having the walls drop out. You know,
Yeah.
drop down, I should say.
So, since people don't exist, since a certain person doesn't exist right now, is there a tower?
A tower?
Are you gonna try and jump off of it like a dumbass?
Is it just somewhere high
I don't
up?
like
I mean, there are trees.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a safe place to cast a certain spell now.
Well, a safe place could be like the dock where Raditz is currently at, or... I mean, you're in a public area.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the dock and then cast the scrying, because that didn't use a spell slot because I couldn't cast it, right?
Yes, you couldn't cast it, so... Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm
we'll
gonna-
say that you see... Well, since it's a day later... I have to re-roll, but the DC goes more in his favor.
Is it?
Yeah.
Eventually, we're gonna add so much onto this cart, we'll have a mobile castle.
The same thing where you try to focus and you try to concentrate, and the kind of sound of people and elves walking around vanishes. The air kind of pushing against your back vanishes. And you open your eyes and all these sounds come back at once. You're back with your knees against, or your hands on your knees, bow in hand. It seems the spell didn't work.
Well, Oofy. He made the save. Whatever.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in I'm gonna put this expensive ball that is better be really freaking durable, because I swear.
Sure, Nathan.
But yeah, save please, and then I will go to Raditz.
Okay.
Since I have
Most
nothing else to do.
people reconvene with Raditz. Since Cyphus or David are here, I'm going to say Cyphus goes back to the group, but David does not right now.
All right.
Hey, Raditz.
Nathan?
Hey, Raditz. I was talking with the magic shop lady, and she said there was some potential enchants for the cart. There's one in particular I think would be very good. It basically cast a permanent alarm spell on the carriage, so if anyone tried to enter that wasn't on the list.
Lady immediately.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
If I can get a car alarm on my cart,
Get the cart. We're getting a cart alarm, bro.
Okay.
feeling my
You enter and you see she's in the middle of a conversation with David, and she looks at you and she says, hello, are you one of Rakis's friends? You look like you're in a rush.
Can you put alarm on cart?
Yes. Does he want the other enchantment as well, or?
What was the other enchantment?
Another enchantment.
Okay, well, I'm assuming he didn't tell you about that one, but it's like a temporary barrier for the cart. It doesn't last long.
Absolutely. Done. How much?
In total, it's about 800 gold for both.
Done.
I imagine Raditz, just as soon as she says like 8, there's just a bag just flops onto the table. Done.
I literally go in my bag, pull out 80 platinum, slam it on the table. Done.
Okay. When
Wow.
you're ready, bring the cart here and I'll begin to enchant it.
Raditz walks out immediately.
Immediately.
By the way, for those who gathered back at the cart, you see that now, unless Nathan's already described it, but Nathan, would you like to describe how the cart looks now?
All right. So we got the image that Lucky sent. Right.
Okay. All right.
Let me find the exact. There we go. Okay, so it's like this giant wagon, but
It's a
now
carriage.
where the windows would be on the wagon, like normal, instead there's like these sort of hinges, and or 4 separate like trapdoor sections on the cart. The entire thing is wrapped in metal, and it has a upper sort of trap door on it. It is plated like a almost like an armadillo looking aspect to it.
Mm-hmm.
and it's got extra harnesses so it can have more horses near the front lashed on. It's now where these hinges were on the side of the cart. There's no locks or handles on the outside or anything like that, but on the inside there are various locks like you would have on your door, like slide locks. And so pulling those out, those trap doors slam down outward, right? Providing a good enough amount of room for basically like almost like battlements. So you're it cuts off your waist section, but your upper torso or about half of your torso you still have access to the outside with this.
Okay. You guys see exactly that. And I imagine you immediately get on the reins and you begin to bring it over to where the shop is.
Yeah.
All right. With a kind of flick of the reins holding the horses, they begin to all move the cart at a moderate pace. And you pull up in front of the shop. And you hop off. Already opening the door is the elven witch woman. You see behind her, as it kind of gets closer to the door, this kind of pumpkin with 4 stumps for its legs, and you see it gets up to the door. It kind of begins to shrink in size, and it moves through the door, and it follows her. And as it kind of exits the door, it begins to grow in size again. And she walks up and she says, "Wow, this is a cart for sure.
War cart.
What?
It's a war cart. We have very important business to attend to.
Okay.
Very important war cart business to
What
attend to.
kind of business do you have to attend to?
The important.
Well, I think it's in the name, was it not?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, all right. And she walks up to the door, the inside of the door leading to the inside of the car, and she says, "If I may." Okay. And you see her walk in, and for a good chunk of time, she initially kind of brings out through the pumpkin's mouth this kind of silver wire, and she kind of leads it all around the cart. Before she finishes back of the door, she places it, and you see a little rune appear there. Then it begins to gently fade away. And then you see her pull out a piece of parchment as she walks back in, and you see her take what looks like a thumbtack, and she puts it next to the door, and she almost like pins it into the door. And you see her kind of utter more incantations, and she says, "Now, the alarm, you can choose to be telepathic, or you can choose it to be sound based, so it will literally make an alarm sound."
Telepathic.
Okay. Here, and she takes out this kind of.
Attune to the cart.
What'd you say?
Does this mean I'll have to attune to the cart?
No.
I thought fair question.
As you kind of walk back onto your cart and you look at the first enchantment she's done, you see that immediately to your right, when you get into the cart, there's a small kind of little wooden indent that leads in. And sitting on that indent, kind of encased with wood around it, so that way it wouldn't fall off if the cart teeters or totters. You see an ink vial and a quill in it. And above it, you see attached to the wall is a piece of parchment. And she says, "Now, write the names of the individuals you would like to enter the cart consistently."
I etch Morark, myself, Cyphus, Rackus, and Aster into the cart.
Okay. Immediately when you do, everyone gets this kind of mental ping, and it kind of forces your direction into the direction of the cart.
I will follow the direction.
Well, there's more a sense that it's towards the cart.
If you look, it would be, yes.
Well, it's like, well, where's the cart again?
It's at the enchantment shop.
Okay, Morark walked out. I didn't really say where he was going, but he was gonna go find Rackus, I think it was.
Okay. Rackus would be at the cart, so
Okay, then yeah, he'll end up there.
you guys all kind of get this mental tug towards the cart. It's almost enough to kind of like snap your attention immediately. And it's the woman kind of, or the elf, she says, okay, that probably now took effect, so I'm going to step off of the cart. And the last thing, which I don't need to be inside for, however, I want you to hold this. And she kind of reaches into the pumpkin, pulls out this kind of, hold on. This kind of, almost like a dagger. And she kind of tosses it to you. It doesn't look sharp enough to pierce skin, but it has a bunch of runes covering it. And she says, when I finish the enchantment on the outside, I would like you to stab the dagger into, I'd say, the front wall of the cart. She says this to Raditz.
He nods very attentively.
Okay. And you see her begin to bring out more odd materials, what appears to be like bone dust and all these kind of very weird materials you wouldn't really see in a lot of spells. She begins to kind of trace it all around the cart's exterior walls. And then she ends up back at the door and she says, okay, now plant the dagger into the front of the cart.
I do so.
And as you enter it, there's kind of a blue light that glows from it. And it seems to just stay there, glowing blue. The kind of original exterior of the dagger it used to have begins to kind of fade away, and it's now this kind of blue crystal that stays there. And she will say, now, it can only be used once per, essentially, day. However, if you were to temporarily smash the crystal, the cart would develop a barrier to help protect against any attack made. Think of it like a shield spell for a wizard.
A shield.
Like a shield on the cart.
Essentially, yes.
The oh god, oh fuck button.
We have a guy.
Oh, there goes the good internet.
It is gone, bro. No internet.
And she'll say, now, I'm going to get back to the conversation I was going to have. And she enters her shop again. Cyphus, is there anything you wanted from the shop?
What sort of things does the shop have just on display?
On display, almost nothing. However, the elf working there, she's... Yeah, we'll go back in time a little bit here, but both Cyphus and David are... Huh?
I said bite the dust.
Okay, you're funny.
Stop. Stop being funny.
So funny. Give me a minute. I need to look up a particular thing.
It already passed.
Okay, perfect.
Dude, how do you give someone time? That's my question. Like, give me a minute.
Um,
Give you 1 minute.
anyway, um, it's a tall female elf in black witch-like robes. She kind of... The only other things you can see on display are these kind of vials of strangely colored liquid. But a lot of it are now newly empty shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's kind of left. This is a little bit before the whole cart situation happened. But everyone who initially entered has left it. And it's just you and David. Now, what would you two like? Is there anything you're interested in? For right now, at the time being, can do enchantments. I don't really have any items of note left. Your party or your friends have emptied a lot of my wares. So, is there anything you need enchanted or...
Cyphus will just kind of shake his head no. David will say, no, just browsing. Thank you, though.
She'll say, I do have a deal to make.
This piques his interest.
If one is so interested, if, you're not necessarily party if they're busy, but if one of you would like to perform a task for me, I wouldn't be against it.
And what would this task be?
Well, since it started raining this black liquid a couple days ago, a lot of the kingdom has complained of crops dying, and especially in Neutrum, Lyvern complains that a bunch of their crops are ceasing to grow, and it seems the land has become infertile. Seemingly because of this black rain. They are also reporting that bodies they had buried in the ground are now beginning to rise up and attack some citizens. If possible, I heard of one in specifically Lyvern. According to them, the well has been... since they had found that the well was hollow and actually was a tunnel system, they've been saying that there have been whispers kind of coming from it. If one of you were to perform and investigate the task for me, find anything of note to bring back to me, I could perform... Let's say I owe you a favor and a good sum of money.
Well, this sounds all fine. Where exactly would we talk to someone to further get more knowledge on this?
Well, I believe currently I'm the only one kind of keeping tabs on every kingdom right now, but I'm sure when you get to Lyvern you can talk to, I think, what was his name? I think his name was Samuel. He seemed to had taken the remaining citizens of Ven and moved into Lyvern. That's where the main complaint comes from, seeing as they aren't able to grow enough food for everyone. So, they need someone to investigate what's going on, perhaps because of the tunnels.
Oh. Okay. Well, I think I'll have to discuss it with everyone else. And David will look at Cyphus for a moment, who doesn't really, move at all. He'll say, I'll discuss it with them, and we'll see if we can get something sorted out. Thank you. And he'll leave.
According to what a lot of your party was talking to me about, it seems like you have something very important right now. So, Either if you want to go there with your party or you'd like to go for yourself, the payment won't be as big if all of you go.
How many people do you think would need to be there?
Well, I'm only asking for someone to investigate it, so one of your party members, really. I imagine the only dangerous thing you'll find there are people who refuse to die, somehow coming back to life because of this black rain.
Of course. And he gets interrupted by Cyphus, who says, I'll do it.
Uh, Sorry, what did you say?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm friends with Samuel. So I don't mind going to help.
Alright, fair enough. If you would like to, and whatever the handsome elf or half elf's name is, isn't objecting it, then I will have to put a tracker on you that will be dispelled once you come back. It's just to make sure that you're actually performing the task. I did the same for your buddy Arrakis, who delivered the Kraken's blood to me.
Of course.
But here you go. If you don't mind, I'll perform it right now. And
Well,
sorry, what did you say?
he said go right ahead.
Okay. She will begin to kind of mutter an incantation, and her eyes will kind of, you see they kind of get darker around her irises, and then kind of fades away almost instantly. And she puts her hands on top of each other on the desk once again. She says, "Okay, now, if you're friends with Samuel, then this should be no hard task. Well, I'll be seeing you then. I don't have a certain time limit for you to complete the job, but once again, I owe you a favor and a sum of money, and the favor can be a sum of things. If you need me to cast a spell to look for someone, talk to someone, that's kind of shebang."
Of course. And Cyphus will just continue to not say anything.
Okay.
And David will nod his head. Thank you. We're glad to help. And he'll walk out, and Cyphus will follow.
Okay. And then all the events that just happened here would happen, where the chart would get a ton of upgrades to it. It's bigger. It's got metal plating on it. There's 5 horses pulling it.
Rolling armadillo.
It looks like an armadillo, and has 5 horse. It's like 5 horses pulling an armadillo. You'll see the owner of you see the owner of the Merry Plum walk out and cast a bunch of enchantments onto the cart, and she'll say, "Okay, I need to finish the enchantments that a lot of you had already asked for. It's a pleasure doing business with all of you. Farewell." And she will walk back into the shop. And you are all outside. Your new cart sitting in front of you. Is there anything anyone would like to say or do until the enchantments are finished?
Morark wasn't gonna go to Arrakis.
Okay. as you kind of are surrounding the cart now, Rackus, you see more kind of walk up to you.
Hey, Rakus,
Yeah.
where are you going now?
I assume with you, no?
Well, that's what I was going to talk to you about.
I see.
I'm going north. So not the Stella Wall yet, or Najima. I have to do something first. And what I'm going to do might result in an untimely demise for me or you or anybody. And I'm just giving you the opportunity to turn away if you need to.
Hmm. What are you planning to do up north?
I don't rightfully know yet. I've been thinking on things, but I need to find the orc tribe known as the Wolves of the Mountain, and that's where I'll start.
Hmm. And do your plans include this dragon?
Of a sorts, but it's probably going to be slaying it.
I see. Well, I think for the meantime I should join you. There's no reason not to.
Alright. Just know that at any time if things get too hard, you can always turn around.
Thank you.
Of course. And I'll hold no judgment against you. Morark will give Rakus a nod and then head towards Aster.
Okay. Aster, you see Mork walk up to you.
So Aster,
Hey, Mark. Yeah, hi.
how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, I think.
Can I roll insight on that?
Aster, are you doing fine?
See, I don't know if I'm doing fine. That's why I think I am.
Okay. Go ahead and roll insight, Mork. Aster, you don't have to roll anything.
Oh, I actually rolled high for once. Bet 18.
He seems kind of confused about himself. He's not very sure about him saying he is fine or he isn't fine.
Aster, I need you to know something.
Okay.
I think you're special, but I think what's going on with Killian is affecting you negatively. And I don't know if you're related to him in any way, or if you even maybe are him and are, fooling us all. But I just need to know, are you okay? Do you feel like you're turning evil or anything?
Mr. DM. No, I don't think that's the case for sure.
Morark will roll insight on that as well.
I'm going to assume Aster's answer is very unsure, but more confident in that.
Yeah, pretty much.
What did you roll, Morark?
A 13.
He's not really trying to hide it. DC like 10. He's more confident about that he doesn't know whether or not how he should answer that.
Alright, just I need you to know that the next destination that I plan on heading, and so far Arrakis seems on heading, is further up north. And the results of said, I guess you could call it a crusade of sorts, is going to lead to probably some untimely demises. And One of those could be you or me or Arrakis. And I need you to know that at any point, if you don't want to go, you want to turn around, or you have other things you need to do, nothing against you.
I mean, I don't know where I'm supposed to be really, and so it's not like there's anywhere else that I need to be, and I'd rather try to make sure that you don't achieve an untimely demise. So
Alright.
I'll come along.
Alright. Thank you, Aster.
No problem, Morark. It just know.
Well, now you're actually in that much. Sorry.
Didn't
Okay.
even hear you. Mhm.
Alright. Well, let me know if you need anything, Aster. Morark will give him a nice pat on the shoulder.
Aster will do the same, but on the other on his other shoulder.
Understandable. Morark will now head over to Cyphus.
Cyphus, you see Morark approaching you.
Hey, Cyphus.
Cyphus just looks up.
I saw that you were inside the store with Davin. Is he coming out anytime soon?
Oh, Davin followed Cyphus out, by the way.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Then I'll speak to both Davin and Cyphus. So Morark will look to them and he'll say, I haven't traveled with you very long, Davin, but what travels I have had have been good, and you've been a good, party member. I can really appreciate that.
Well, of course. Path of Davin is one of excitement and treasure.
That is very true. And Cyphus, I met you on my first day of adventuring, and we didn't get along very well. We didn't see eye to eye, but now I can really say that, we've grown kind of close. More than just party members, but as, blood brothers. We fought beside each other, practically died a few times. So, there's a nice bond there.
Are you leaving?
No. Not in a sense. I'm heading north, which takes us away from our current goal. But it takes me towards mine, and I need to do this. So far, both Aster and Drakis have confirmed that they will be traveling with me. And what I need to do could lead to the untimely demises of all of us, none of us, or potentially other people. And it will be a difficult task. If neither one of you wish to go, I hold or harbor no ill will or judgment upon you, for I understand. And if you choose to come, if at any point you choose that this is not good for you or you have other things you need to do, you can always turn around.
Fate has already given me a path. I'm gonna stay near Ven. And it's Stella Wall, correct?
No, it was Neutrum in
Neutrum.
Lyvern, where you guys kind of began your adventure.
Got it. I'm going to stay at Neutrum and help people leave Ven for good. Help them have new lives, and those magic users are finally free.
And that is a good path.
So I hope that our paths do cross, because if yours leads to Killian, I wish to be there to kill him with you.
Of course.
If your path doesn't lead to him, we definitely should meet up so we can kill him together.
Morark will chuckle. Of course. I wouldn't have it either way.
Good. It won't be too long in Neutrum. Just killing a bunch of ghosts and zombies and whatever it would be. This plague that's been spreading across this land is affecting everyone. From the slaves in Ven to people in Neutrum, the traders of Stellawar. It's dangerous, but I need to clear my head, get Elphys off my mind, and feel free for once.
And you have every right to do that, Cyphus. Again, I harbor no bitter judgment or ill will upon you.
As to you. Daven will slide in and say, well, Morark, if you do need another companion, I'm not going anywhere. And you know,
That's when you set the law to Cyphus, when in reality Davin's the one who comes along.
pulls out both his blades and says, you know, 2 blades are better than 1, especially one who can wield both. If you wouldn't mind, as he puts them back, I would like to accompany you. Charleston seems to be gone. He will find his own path and eventually meet up with me again, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Are they within earshot?
Huh?
Are these guys within earshot? Is this kind of...
That's a question for them.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
Dave's pretty loud with how he speaks.
Shit. Alright. I'll be right back. And I start pulling the cart around back to the magic shop.
Okay.
Morark will give him a nod. But Morark will turn back to Daven and give him like a curt nod. And I'll say, I'll take all the help I can get.
Trust me, these blades are more than enough help.
Yeah. Just don't be expecting to duel any, I don't know, finesse warriors on, pirate ships anymore.
I'm looking to cut through what's ever on my path. Death will be brought to them, and to me, when the time has come.
Yeah. Well, before that happens, you'll probably get to slay a white dragon.
That sounds like a perfect story. He'll put his hand on Morark's shoulder and he'll say, I should tell you about the time I slayed 2.
I should tell you about the time where I killed its baby, and now it's attacking Stellawar.
David will give a wink to Morark and he'll say, well, then we better go kill it.
Yeah. I just need to take care of this first.
He then shanks David. Okay.
Dude.
David.
I decapitate David.
Decapitate David.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm pretty sure Seth has had decapitate in this game like at least 100 times by now.
Yeah.
It's like decombobulate, but it's decapitate.
Discombobulate.
Well, I've decapitated pretty much every major BBEG we've come across and killed a fuck ton of people. Jesus Christ. Anyways, Mark will like hold Davin's other shoulder, and he'll give him like a firm squeeze, like a yeah, we're in this, and then he'll turn towards where Raditz went, and he'll say, I'm sure Raditz will join along, but I still need to get a firm answer on that. More to himself than anybody else. And then he'll give David a nod and Cyphus a nod, and even give Cyphus a hug, like a firm hug. And then he'll head towards where Raditz went.
I wish to go in the magic shop and try to get her to add the name of David to the card. I fucked up.
I fucked up, no.
You walk into and do you mention that?
Yeah.
She'll say, "You can change the list whenever you want. I don't need you there to do it."
Oh, good. Thank you. I just like back up, like sort of embarrassed.
I imagine it's like Raditz was watching this entire conversation happen, and when Damon said, "I'll come along," he just slowly started stepping away.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh shit. Oh shit.
Alright.
So Morark will go to Raditz.
Okay. Raditz, when you walk back outside, Morark is approaching you.
Morark is approaching. What do you do? Befriend? Make enemy with?
Befriend.
Good.
Morark will remember that.
So Morark kind of walks up, and he's kind of got like his hand on the back of his head, scratching, kind of like it's kind of awkward to ask this because we've already been over this, but I gotta do it anyways. He's like, hey Raditz. I know I kind of already mentioned it, and I assume your answer is yes, but I'm heading north. Do you want to join me?
Absolutely.
Alright. I figured it'd be as simple as that. We've got David, Rackus.
Reminds me. And Raditz quickly like rushes over to the cart and writes next to all the other listed names, David.
Okay.
Mork just is kind of surprised by like Raditz just being like, "Oh shit," and then running in. He's like, but yeah, pretty much everybody except for those we've lost and Cyphus are coming along.
Wait, Cyphus isn't joining?
No, he said that he has things to take care of in Wyvern. You know, putting the dead to rest so that way they may go to Vin.
I see.
We've all got our own paths to follow, and you know, my situation is no different than his. So it's sad to see him go, but I know I'll see him again.
Oh, I'm sure.
Which that reminds me, what do you plan on doing with this cart now that you have it all decked out and, you know, souped up essentially?
Well, I did spend a lot of money on it just now. Did you feel a little tingle in your head?
Yeah, that's why I headed over here.
Oh,
Then-
well, it's an alarm on the cart. Everyone on this list of names, if someone not on the list enters it, oh, we'll know about it.
Well, good.
As you say this, Cyphus walks up to both Raditz and Morark, and he'll say, I also wanted, I wanted you to have this. And it's it's 100 platinum.
Oh shit. So he just hands it to me and Raditz?
Yeah, and his scale mail.
Okay, Raditz, he handed us 100 platinum and his scale mail.
Because you're gonna need this mail.
I don't. I have this studded leather. And he'll pull the cloak protection back, and you'll see his leather. This benefits me more than these.
Well, you can't just give away all your funds. I mean, what are you gonna live off of?
I still have 55 platinum on me.
He ain't some broke bitch, you idiot! What do you take him for? A fucking fool?
I mean, your words, not mine.
Your
Also,
mic is cutting
yeah,
out a little bit.
you're like stuck in like a fishbowl, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, I think it's just bad Wi-Fi.
Understandable.
That or you were sitting on your mic.
No, I'm not. I'm at a desk.
Well, Morark will hand the platinum to Raditz, and he'll say, we could put this towards the cart.
I had a feeling you needed a little more than me.
Well,
Well, I figured, we're probably going to be on the road a lot longer now. And I don't think I'm going to have a chance to go home and build that forge that I always wanted. So, I mean, why not take it on the road, right?
yeah. So you're going to put the forge in your cart?
Yes, do it, bro, do it.
Yeah. Might be a bit tricky, but, yeah.
Yes.
Well, this thing is basically already made of metal, and he'll like take one of the sides, not very hard, just like kind of like a dunk.
You make some metal kind of bong.
Oh. It's not completely metal. On the inside, it's like wood, and it's nice on the inside.
Oh,
Look, man, it's a fuck. It's a house.
it's a fuck. It's a fuck.
It's a fuck. It's a house. A portable house. We were the first.
We got a
to
mobile home.
We have a
first
mobile home. We have an RV. We were the first ever people to have created an RV in the medieval era with magic and stuff. We did it, boys. We got him.
Well, Morark is going to like nod to Raditz. He's gonna say, "So, what do you think you can build a forge with 1,000 gold?"
It could be doable.
Start out small and work your way up.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one more thing too. He pulls out a potion, and he hands it to Morark.
Morark will gingerly take it.
Drink this when you want to kill something. It's like I never.
Duly noted.
And he hands you a potion of crimson right.
All right.
Ah,
Oh shit!
interesting.
So, real quick, out of game, Lucky, how does that work with?
So Morark's fucking blade is going to have ice, fire, and lightning.
Oh my god!
Wait, you know what I'll also do, Morark? I'll do you one better. You know, at some point in the middle of combat, I'll just grab the hilt of your sword and then cast Holy Weapon.
So that's radiant too. So
Yeah.
what is it? It's like earth, wind, and fire, but it's goddamn.
And into it.
Fire, lightning, ice, and the gods.
I think we're actually just like we're funneling into Morark. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Strat, broken strat, funneling.
Morark started early. His lane was feeding him, so now he's just like able to.
It's it.
We're playing League of Legends. We've already got Silas.
Anyway, so does
Cyrus-
Cyphus?
He's the one who's been funneling the whole time.
So does Cyphus begin his journey, or?
He'll say before he leaves. He'll say, "I'll be back soon. Won't be too long. I should just be a few days, just to, clear my head. I've been quiet lately, and
Yeah.
I've just been thinking about Ilphis a lot, because it hurts. Because you all are only. I should say, you're all the first few people who I've had close to a family. So, having to say goodbye is hard. I've been with you for a while, but I'm not gone forever. I'll be back fairly soon. I don't know how long it'll take to clear out the undead, but there's a tracker on me, so faster I do it, faster I come back, faster we kill Killian.
Is Aster here for this?
I don't. Well, we're inside the cart.
Yeah. So yeah, I would assume so. Yeah.
Well, well the situation.
Well,
No,
Reddit's brought it back to the magic shop.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like, as Morark was talking to Rakis and then Aster, I figured that they were all outside the cart, and then he went over to talk to David and Cyphus, and then Raditz was like, "I'm gonna take this to the shop real quick," and everybody was still outside, and then they went inside the cart. It could be an earshot though. That's just my understanding of it.
From
Yeah.
DM, you're ruling?
I mean, I would say if Cyphus, David, and Morark are in the cart, no one specifically
Cyphus-
said they'd also want to follow. So
Yeah, only Cyphus followed. David stayed behind.
I mean, I did say specifically that I wanted to go to the tank a while ago.
Well, that was also you said that before. It was said that he moved it, so
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said it way before, so if anything, he's inside the tank.
All right. I mean, I'm just clarifying.
oh, well, I didn't see that because okay, can we not call it a tank and just like say
It's the
cart?
tank.
Can we just say the cart?
How about we'll call it the mobile home?
If it were a tank, it'd be
Call it the
weaponized.
cart. Just call it the cart. It's what
It's
it is.
just a cart. It's just an armored cart. That's all.
Cart on steroids. That's what it is.
If you put
Name for the card reaches its final form, so don't worry about it, guys.
if you put metal plating onto a car, it doesn't become a tank. It becomes an armored car.
If you put metal plating and concrete plating onto a bulldozer, it becomes a killdozer.
Okay. Anyway, Cyphus, continue.
Cyphus will he'll hold out his arm. He'll just stretch out his arm to his right arm, and the cat will jump up onto it, and he'll hold it, and he'll say, Ilphus and I say goodbye.
The cat kind of gives a little mew at Morark, and then it kind of its wings that are attached to it kind of begins to flap up, and it kind of hovers next to Cyphus.
Come on, Smokey. Let's go home.
And you guys see Cyphus step out of the cart, and for everyone else who's outside, you see Cyphus step out, and you see Smokey, the Tressum familiar, who's kind of hovering next to Cyphus as Cyphus begins to move away from Utora Bay. You see Smokey kind of begin to tick up a little bit into the sky. He kind of flies above Cyphus.
Before Cyphus leaves, he'll use his Hound of the Ill Omen. And he'll form the wolf. He'll summon the wolf to his left. He'll pet it, and he'll extend his chains, turn back to the party, and say, I'll be back. Don't have too much fun without me.
Morark will nod to him.
And
You guys see Cyphus, along with Smokey flying above him, walk off into the horizon towards, well, where you would go to get to Lyvern, where you guys kind of started this little journey.
And as Cyphus walks away, his chains will drag along the ground, and as they sway along the dirt, or is it dirt? Is it a dirt road, or is it
would
like...
be kind of, actually, it would be kind of a yellow-colored grass, so kind of like a dying grass.
Okay. As Cyphus's chains sway along the grass, you'll see 2 rows of ice form where the chains are, mimicking their motions. And it looks like, remember at the when the DeLorean like goes in through time and it leaves like the trail of fire. It's like that, but with ice.
So he just leaves a trail of ice behind him.
It leaves 2 trails of ice. Yeah.
So it's like a snail.
Snail.
Yeah, you're-
Thanks. It's like a snail. Yeah.
yeah.
You're welcome. And Cyphus walks off into the horizon. Is there anything else anyone would like to do until the enchantments are complete?
Mark, talk to everybody he wants to, so he's good.
Okay. I'll take it that everyone will just wait until the enchantments are done. At which point, you'll get a message, Morark and Rakis, through this kind of little pumpkin that kind of crawls up on your knee. And you see it kind of begin to almost turn inwards, outwards, and it leaves, as it kind of flips outwards, or its insides turn out, a piece of paper that says your enchantment is ready. And this is at the end of the day.
Okay, I'll head over to the magic shop.
Does Morark head over as well?
I'm sorry, my headset cut out. Do you mind repeating that?
Oh, yeah, sure. This kind of little miniature pumpkin kind of crawled up your leg, and it opens its mouth, and the inside's kind of turned outward, and it turns into a piece of paper that when you pick up, it says your enchantment is ready.
Okay. Morark will go check it out then.
Okay. Both Rakis and Morark leave the cart. And you enter into the shop. And you see a set of mithril armor sitting on her desk, and as well as a kind of now a rune sits on the studded leather armor that Rakis had requested. Something to note for Morark. The symbol of Tiana in the shoulder of the armor is where the enchantment's been placed, and it kind of slightly gives a orange kind of glow from time to time.
So, what happened to his mithril armor exactly?
There's been an enchantment put onto it.
Yeah, but what's the enchantment?
Oh, it is a +1 mithril armor, plate mithril armor. I believe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll add it.
Rakis, you already have what you got.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I gotta do that. And you guys have your enchantments. Do you guys set out, or do you rest for the night?
Morark will settle in for the night.
Okay. There is space in the...
Inside the court.
Yeah, there is space inside the cart where you can kind of lay out bedrolls and sleep in. But I imagine you all kind of rest, kind of a little bit of out of town. But you rest for the night. Nothing seems to perturb your sleep. And morning will come. And where would you guys like to go?
It's morning now?
Yeah.
Well, Morark is going to head to the cart and wait for everybody to wake up.
Oh, Morark basically just sits up and waits for everyone else to wake up inside the cart. All right. Well, as soon as everyone gets up, I imagine everyone will wake up.
Yes.
Morark, you see everyone kind of beginning to get up and stretch.
So is Raditz up now?
Yeah.
All right. Morark will gesture to Raditz and say, or actually he'll pull out the map that he got and like kind of highlight the path that they need to take from where they currently are towards the north. And then I'll hand it to Raditz and say, this is where we need to go.
All right. Is everybody else ready to get going?
Rakis, Davin.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Absolutely.
All right, we head up. We head north. Let's go. Game time.
Raditz gets to the front of the cart, which has an extra seat now, by the way. So there's 3 seats at the front of the cart that you can take.
I want to sit I want to sit there.
There's also a piece of the roof you can open up and hang on top of the roof if you'd like.
Wait, yeah.
I specifically asked Lucky for that feature.
Thank you, phone. Bro. So there's a high up place and then there's a third seat?
Well, there's just the roof of the cart, but yes, there's a third seat at the front.
It's but not really. It's like the top hatch of a tank, basically.
I want to sit there. I will be there.
Morark is sitting up front with Raditz.
Okay. And let me take a gander at the map real quick. So you are heading upwards to Syphax.
Yeah, wherever
And
the wolves
going
were
to
told.
where it was marked on the map, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, time to begin counting.
Uh-oh.
Also, if need be, I can go late tonight because I don't have work tomorrow.
Very cool. Is it time
Let's
for
hike
me?
these.
Okay, it'll take about a week to get to where your map marks Morark. Mostly because you have to go around the mountains. But just keep that in mind. This journey will take a week.
Alright, Morark will, through the entire week, read through that book that he found on Skull's Keep.
All right. Let me first, before I start all this exposition, is there anything anyone would like to do? And I'll say for the sake of brevity, for the week you will have until you get to your destination.
Alright, so literally every day I want to use scrying.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
One time, but this time I want to go for specifically. Would I perchance have been able to get something of Seraph's before she
I believe you
flew
took
off
one of
that
her
thing?
scimitars.
Very cool. I'm gonna use that.
Okay. So you have a possession, so that's 20.
And I would say I've gotten to know her pretty well, Chief. Maybe.
Yeah, by her
Oh.
saying basically thank you but fuck you and then jumping out the window.
Exactly, bro. That's the most I know about most people.
I made
And then-
the DC, buddy.
All right, buddy. Okay.
Let me read the specific part of the spell. Okay. There is no saving throw required. You gander, and same description as it was previously. You focus, sound kind of deprivates around you, and you open your eyes, and you see, in this kind of void of dark space, Seraph's kind of now decaying and wrinkled body kind of floating in space in that dark void. And
Wha-
that's all you see for the 10 minutes of the spell.
So it's literally just Seraph's corpse floating through space
Through a dark void, yes.
for 10 minutes.
Yep. That's all you see.
Damn, bro. Damn. Well,
Well, oh, fuck you, Nathan. I see what you posted in the music. I don't like you.
Accurate.
Um,
Is Aster Iggy? Or is David drawing the latest?
I think Davin's Iggy.
Iggy, bro.
Anyway, we can't say much.
You're telling me that Davin, the sword guy, is not Polnareff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Morark is the sword guy. Come on, are you stupid?
Morark is Jotaro. What do you mean?
Alright, you know what? Shut your mouth. I need, so,
Wrong. Morark is definitely Jotaro.
so that is the first
What is
day.
more Jotaro?
Raditz is Joseph.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm gonna
Aster is
do.
Iggy, if anything.
Okay,
I'm
I would like to get through this week of traveling I'm going to do, in which I expect Aster to ask me every single day to scry on someone, and I have to describe something for him. So,
Yes.
is there anything else anyone would like to do on the first day?
No.
Morark will chill and read through the book.
Yep, I'll describe to you what you read by the end of the week.
Okay.
Second day.
It's time. It's time to look for Killian, bro. I need to know.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So again on Killian. So you focus and you close your eyes, and you see a dark cloaked figure kind of walking past a place you also recognize. Seems he's at a far distance away from it, and he's kind of walking, not really away from it, but kind of almost like it's passing him by. You see Najima, and you see a large portion of the wall has been crumbled and is broken down. You see a massive portion of the entire, a good quarter of Najima is just this ice sculpture that goes almost into the sky. And you see kind of snow falling on top of the area you're in. And the dark cloaked individual seems to be looking at the situation as he's walking. And you see him kind of write down a note, in a small little note on his palm. And he kind of crumples that paper, puts it in his pocket, and continues walking.
Can I roll a perception check to what it said?
Roll with disadvantage.
All right. Okay, so lowest was 12.
You don't catch anything on the paper.
Oof. All right.
And for the next 10 minutes, he's just walking seemingly to another location.
What direction does it look like?
Well, putting yourself in the position of Najima, you're at the second most southern place you can get. He seems to be walking more to the south.
Oh. So he's probably going to like the ocean.
Well, you do have a map, so you can look at
Yeah,
what's south.
I'm looking at it. The south of Najima is there's a small little village there. There's the vast expanse, Starport Valve, and Fort Harriet, and then there's Oban.
No, Bond's another kingdom.
Exactly.
So
Exactly, bro.
anyway.
So,
Anyway, that's all you see, and that's
All
your
right.
scrying for the day. Is there anything
Alright.
else anyone would like to do other than Morark? Alright.
I mean, I'll just be continuing to carve.
I have a question for Valencia.
Okay, here we go. Roll woodcarver's tools and send me the total, Rakus.
Okay.
And Raditz, you do commune again?
Just one time.
Just one time. I've got some hot, burning questions for Valencia.
Do. Now.
Alright, you sit down, crisscross applesauce. You cast commune.
Alright. Let's try this again. Valencia. Is Killian related to the taint that comes when reviving people?
There's a satisfying, warm feeling in your chest of a yes.
Valencia. Is Killian and
A god? Is that what you just asked, Nathan? A god?
a god?
Okay. You get a cold sensation of no.
Excellent. That's good news. Do we have in our possession the ability to kill him?
There is a cold no again.
Ah! Audible fuck from Raditz.
Fair enough.
Also, after the end of scrying, I'm like, guys, I know where Killian is.
Everyone hears Aster kind of yell that out.
He's burning down Najima.
Okay, hold on. Is that your exact warning?
Is that what happened? It's what happened, basically, right?
I don't think that's what's happened.
I
at
don't
all.
think you were paying attention to what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm stupid.
Okay,
It's
would you like me to be apologetic and give you another chance to reword that?
Okay, yeah, please.
I
Okay.
said Killian was walking with Najima to his left as it was passing him by. It was frozen over. There was a kind of glacial sculpture that was going towards the sky.
Like glacial imitation.
Shut the fuck up. And he was seemingly walking to the south. And he wrote something on a piece of parchment you couldn't read.
Mhm. So I will say, Najima's covered in ice. That's right, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Killian is heading south of Najima. That is also correct, right?
Yes.
And that is knowledge. Bam.
So everyone hears that.
Okay.
I learned
So
a new ability.
So looking at the map, where would that put him?
That would put him. Directly where he directly most likely was, very, very, very like close to Najima, but down of Najima, so kind of near that little village.
Mhm.
And heading in the direction south, so kind of as he's passing it by.
So Morark will ask, will you know where he is at all times?
So I've learned a new ability, and using this really expensive orb thing. I can try and see what people are doing for 10 minutes at a time per day.
So you won't know where he is tomorrow.
If I use the ability tomorrow on him and it works, because it only works like half the time, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. It's weird.
I don't mean to bust your bubble, Aster, but we're heading north. So we're heading the opposite direction of him. I don't think knowing his position right now will help us.
You have a good point.
We'll head down there eventually, and once we start getting close to Najima, that ability will be very useful, but right now I don't see the use in it. Also, is everything okay with you, Raditz?
Yeah. Well, what Asta was just telling you about Killian's location. Twofold. Doesn't matter whether we know his location or not. I was just informed by Valencia that we do not have in our possession the ability to kill him. So, yeah.
Is there something in the world that can kill him?
You know,
Tomorrow's question.
I didn't bother to ask.
Daven will
This is
sort
tomorrow.
of chime in and say, there's usually always a way to kill anything. But
He's not a god. He is responsible for the whole tainting of people who are revived.
So we did mess with that.
didn't Token want sort of a artifact to be able to kill even a god?
Kill an immortal. But sadly, Token has left us. So... God damn it.
Maybe there are more artifacts like that somewhere else.
We're gonna need something like that.
I really hope that something comes through, but for now, and he'll sort of get up a little bit and move a little closer. I guess we just travel. Continue on this path until whatever comes our way, I guess.
Okay. Is there anything else? By the way, you guys see Rakus kind of sitting in the back of the cart, kind of on, kind of a makeshift couch. He's sitting there, and he's got his woodcarver tools out, and he's actually finished masterfully crafting this kind of wooden kraken. And the tentacles are all there, and it's got the bulbous head of a kraken. It's very good detail, once again, from Rakus.
That is.
So, Rakus, you have finished your kraken sculpture.
Neato.
And is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Nope.
Okay. Hold on. That's all. Okay. Day 3.
Day 3. Give me the answers, please, bro. Hand them over.
Well, I'm sure Raditz is gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
More knowledge. Hand it over.
We'll do the 3 questions first because it's the easiest thing to answer.
True.
So, first things first. Valencia!
Wait,
Are there other artifacts similar to what Token has.
There is a not as burning hot, but a warm yes.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Are such artifacts able to kill
It
Killian?
is a warm yes.
Good. Good, good. Are they in the north?
There is a twang of cold. No.
I'm gonna start asking fucking questions. Like, yo,
Let's
north, south, west.
Oh my god, it's just gonna be like,
Questions
is it in Stellawall? Is it in Utora? Is it in Neutrum?
Exactly, bro.
Next day, is it in Oolong? Is it in Sightfax?
Guys, we're
Syphax?
figuring it out, bro.
Sightfax.
Or like siphon.
Alright. Anyway, those are the answers you get, Reddits.
Alright,
And
you know what to do. It is time.
alright, Aster, who are you casting Scry on?
I'm gonna go for Token, bro. Let's do this. Where is he? Hand him over.
Okay. Let me do some quickie maths. And okay.
A love-hate relationship with this.
Hold on. Let me make Token's wisdom saving though. You've met him. Technically, he's given you money before, so you have a possession of his on you.
We have possessions from his just everywhere. Just a little bit everywhere.
He rolled high, but
Not high enough.
not high enough. Okay.
Very cool. It is time.
So you close your eyes and you sit with your legs crossed again, hands on your bow, and you got the orb kind of in between, kind of that little hole you make when you cross your legs together.
Yeah. I got the Oblivion Orb with me.
And you're holding onto your bow, and sound deprivates around you. The feeling of the kind of the bumps of the road kind of go away, and you open your eyes, and it's actually nighttime where you're looking.
What?
You.
What time was it before I?
It was daytime, midday.
Oh, so he's on the other side of the world.
It
Jesus.
looks like it's actually becoming kind of morning for him. And you see him, he's kind of sitting down. He's, kind of crouching, more or less, and he's got his necklace in his hand, this kind of green necklace he's been carrying around. And you see he's kind of got this short sword that has, let me get the actual description of it. He has a sword made out of black metal. Its hilt seems to have rags hanging off of it, and there's a chain at the hilt as well with a coin seemingly at the end of it. At the kind of center of the hilt, you see the miniature version of the artifact that you guys had gotten before. It's kind of embedded into the hilt.
Yo, why it's so freaking small?
What did you say?
Why it's so freaking small now?
You see him unsheath the sword, and you see him kind of hold out the necklace in his hand. You see him break it in his palms, And at this point, you see now, as the sun kind of rises, in front of him, there's a old rundown house with kind of now decaying flowers hanging off of it. Give me a minute. Here we go. This house has broken windows. It seems like there was once what looked like would be a prepared wedding here, but is now kind of broken and run down. Looks like it hasn't been touched. And you see him as he crushes the crystal in his hand. Black liquid seems to seep out of it and pour down onto the floor. And as it kind of collects at the floor, you see it kind of undulate and begin to grow into a mass. You see this kind of zombified face attached to this gelatinous form. You see you hear a pop as this arm kind of grows out of it, and you hear multiple cracks in its bones, and it elongates and it gets longer and longer. And it begins to stand about 12 feet tall, and it looks over Token. And you see the face is that of a woman's. Her hair is all messy and tangled. It covers her face. It's extremely greasy. And you see Token stand up. And for the first time, as you kind of look at Token, and the sun kind of shines down on his back, you see just a slight tear kind of go down his right eye. And he says, I've been waiting for this forever. It's been hundreds of years now. And you see him kind of step closer to the individual. Hold on. I need to open up. Where is it? Frick. I might have. Fuck. Hold on. I need to look up something real quick.
Alright, take your time.
What the fuck? Why is it? There we go. Okay. I think it's somewhere here. I hope. Okay, there you go. Found it. Perfect. He will say, It's been a while, Lisa. And you see the mass is kind of undulating. Its mouth kind of clicks as it hovers over him. He sees you kind of look at the face of the woman there. It begins to cry as kind of black liquid. And he says, all these years, and this is how you get to see me. I've got it. I've got the way to fix this for you. I couldn't find anyone who could fix you. Since you experimented on that liquid, I've had to take matters into my own hands. You see him kind of take the sword out and he kind of puts it to the kind of core of the creature, and he says, if I brought you back, if I cured you of whatever ailment you have, your mind would be broken, and I can't handle that. I don't want to see you like that for the rest of my eternal days. And you see him begin to slowly push in the blade, and the creature begins to scream and screech as it kind of wriggles back, and you see it kind of wrap itself around Token. You see the long arm kind of dig into his shoulder and claw, leaving kind of black liquid. And you see exiting Token's shoulder, there is also black liquid as it drills down his torso, and it leaves a good gash where there's just black liquid coming out of Token's arm. And he says, "It's okay. Just accept what's about to come." And he plunges it deeper into her, and you see the gelatinous form begin to turn into liquid. The arm kind of, you hear it snap and break again as it kind of shrinks back, and you see the liquid kind of dissolves. He kind of drops the short sword he was holding, and you see him catch kind of this woman who has a hole through her chest, and she has black hair, and you see her kind of look up at Token as she's gasping for air, and she kind of puts her right hand to Token's cheek and kind of gently grasps it, and she smiles a bit. And then you see that smile kind of waver, and the hand kind of drops from Token's face. You see on that hand that kind of drops from Token's face is looks like a ring around her wedding finger. And you kind of look at Token holding her, and he sets her down. He stands back up, and he takes the short sword, and he kind of turns it to his stomach, and he plunges it in and takes it back out and drops it. You see him waver for a moment, and then he kind of gets to his knee, and then he gets back up, and you see there's a clear hole through his stomach, and he says, "Why didn't that work? The weapon is supposed to kill people who can't die. Why didn't it work on me like it did for Lisa?" And you see him pick up the short sword, and he sheaths it again. And you see him pick up Lisa again, and he moves over, and you follow him, and it goes behind this kind of rundown house you previously were looking at, and you see there's a kind of a little outcropping. And the sun's kind of shining down now into, and the trees are casting shadows over the area, but there's a small spot where the sun shines into this pre-dug grave, and you see Token carry her there and slowly set her as he gets into the grave, sets her there. And he touches her face one last time and gives her his last kiss, and he climbs back up on top of the grave and begins to fill the grave. And your scrying kind of finishes when he finishes refilling the grave. And your vision, you blink, and you open your eyes, and you feel everything around you slowly come back. The sound of the cart moving, the bumps the cart gives off as you're holding your bow and arrow. You've scryed on Token.
Holy shit. Whoa. Did I get a good idea on where exactly that was?
No clue. It looks like a place you've never been to before.
Was there snow, or was it just
No, it was kind of a forest, similar to Ulan's kind of trees. However, Ulan's trees, kind of during the night, they kind of glow slightly blue. That's due to the Fey kind of history it has. But the area he was at is completely unfamiliar. There's no landmarkings that could tell you if it's in Ulan or Stellawall. It looks completely unfamiliar to you.
So it could be on another. Oh, it's on another continent. Maybe. Okay. Wow. Would people want? I don't know if people want. I'm sad now, bro. Hey, so I'm just sitting on top of the tank on the cart. I'm sitting on that one. I'm gonna climb down from the roof and say, "Hey, guys. So, I use this ability." God.
Work.
Let's hope that's over. So I used that ability on Token today.
And
It seems like someone entered his room. Well, what page are you guys on?
I forgot mine at my other house, so
that makes
kind
sense.
of I'm just kind of freelancing it from memory. I think I'm doing all right.
Fair enough.
yeah, same.
All right, are you good, Evan?
Yep.
All right.
So he was in a weird. He was at a rundown. Was a house or like?
It looks like a house that was prepared for a wedding but had been abandoned.
It looked like an abandoned house that was prepared for a wedding that didn't happen.
Okay.
He had the artifact thing that everyone almost died for. And then he smashed a crystal, and then there was like a black ooze thing, and he called the ooze thing Lisa. And then he used the artifact to kill the ooze thing, then proceeded to try and kill himself, and it didn't work.
All right.
I believe Token and this Lisa were very close, to say the least. And then he proceeded to bury Lisa. I have no idea where he is, though. He might not even be on the same continent.
So what do you want us to do with this info?
I don't know what to do with the info. I feel like I should tell you these possibly useful information that I receive, so we're all on the same page and stuff.
Sounds good.
I believe it's possible, maybe not entirely, that some of us might have not seen Token for what actually was. And yeah. Anyways, that is what I've learned today. And I guess that'll be all I do today.
Right. Is there anything anyone else would like to do for the day? I believe we're on day 4 of traveling when we get past this day.
I asked the questions I wanted to ask of Valencia, so I'm not going to ask anymore.
Dang it, I had like this entire list of just like, how do you make a sandwich, Valencia? Just right there. I was waiting for it.
Sandwich handed over.
And it's a yes or no question, so you could just say no.
Listen. Raditz is more of a lasagna kind of guy.
Oh. It's going to be 20 questions about how to make lasagna. Do I boil water for lasagna? No. Alright, anyway. This is, everyone head to bed?
As
Yeah.
usual.
Alright.
And I am gonna commune with the patron, bro.
Are you casting commune, or are you going to try to reach out through your dream?
I don't have commune.
Okay. Roll a spellcasting check.
Spellcasting?
So just use your charisma modifier, essentially.
Alright. That was... Let's see here. Charisma mod. Alright, so that's a 23.
Okay. You close your eyes and you fall back into sleep. And you open your eyes and you see a familiar scene as to when you were in what seems like space, looking at the stars. Except it looks like one of the stars is flickering. And all the stars that used to surround you are gone, and it's just those 7 stars that remain. And it seems like the one in the center is flickering. And that's all you have for your dream.
One of the 7 stars is flickering.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Alright.
Okay.
Day 4. Is there anything anyone would like to do?
Raditz, you got any questions?
I'm done with my questions.
Okay.
Alright. I want to know, how is Cyphus doing?
Okay. Cyphus, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. I'll let you know if you succeed or not.
Cyphus?
Yeah.
Cyphus?
Because Evan's trying to scry on Cyphus.
Okay, I have to now open up his character sheet again. Thank you for doing this to me.
You're welcome.
A wisdom saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
You also have the ability to fail it purposefully, if you want.
19.
Okay, hold on. So now I need to think.
So I also know Cyphus pretty well.
I understand, but has Cyphus ever given you a item? I don't think so. So...
This little Wait! No! I'm gonna ask Morark if I can borrow the potion.
Which potion?
The potion Cyphus gave to you.
How do you
No!
I'm not gonna use it or anything.
Morark is not going to depart from that potion at all.
Alright.
Just a heads up.
Again, how do you know about that?
Yeah,
Oh, but
that's the thing.
I thought it was there. Goddamn. Okay.
Unless you said you were there beforehand, then there was a conversation those 3 were having outside of your shot after
Right,
they initially had it.
So retcon. The Ash is gonna ask Does anyone have anything of Cyphus's?
Only the
Technically, I have money.
Would a coin work, my dude?
Well, yes, because I said that applied for token as well.
Exactly. Can I borrow a coin?
Sure, I guess. I
All right.
hand him.
Thank you very much. And so, it is time.
Give me just a moment. Okay. Day 4. Let me.
Also, I believe I read something on the person who's scryed upon can purposely fail it if
Yeah,
they want.
he already said that, Evan.
Okay. I didn't know if it could add or anything, because tech.
That's why you said that and then JJ rolled, so. Anyway, you see, for the duration of the scrying, Cyphus is walking to the horizon of Lyvern. There's a bunch of people kind of surrounding the horizon he's walking to, but for the 10 minutes you see him walking, nothing of note seems to happen.
So Cyphus is at Lyvern. We're walking towards Lyvern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well. Okay. I will give the coin back and say, Cyphus is on his way to Lyvern.
Okay.
Alright, and then he seems to be doing fine. Alright. I think this is the last one I'm gonna do. So. Yep.
Okay. Alright, so the day will pass by unless anyone wants to do anything. And I guess I can describe some scenery as you guys are going by. Initially, when you begin, you pass by a couple small houses that have a little farming outcrops. Those crops look like they're, well, a lot of people, at least the family members, it looks like, are in shock as they're kind of looking at their crops, and all the crops you pass by, they all seem dead. And you kind of are slowly approaching these kind of big mountains that have snow caps at the top. And you begin to pass by some patches of snow. And by the 5th day, you're entirely engulfed in the snow. And you are trekking along, going around these mountains. You pass by what seems in the very far horizon a kind of city structure that has these massive walls built out of stone on top of this big mountain. And you kind of go past that mountain. Raditz, you'd recognize that as being Syphax itself.
That's where I point to the mountain.
And is there anything anyone would like to do until the night of day 6?
Nope.
Alright. So, Morark, you're reading this journal the entire way here, and you pick up from where you left off with Lord Grand Priest Lucius talking about Killian's parents being executed. The next entry begins with Killian is a danger to us all. He seems to have taken a obsession to this black liquid that no one else is seemingly acknowledging. At least, it looks like our Lord isn't acknowledging. It deeply is starting to worry me, and I might talk to Lolakis about it, but alas, I'm sure he won't listen to me. After all, the matter of the black liquid isn't of the church. Today, I tried talking to Fiverr about his relationship with Killian, and he seemed disgruntled and didn't want to answer anything about it. And that's where that journal ends. The next page starts with, more and more are our crops starting to die. One concern that Lolakis is speaking about is the consistent downpour of this black liquid. A lot of citizens are afraid it's polluting our crops and, well, making them uninhabitable. I think Killian's the cause for this, of course, but Lolakis is hesitant to listen with the church, especially after I told him about Killian. Something doesn't seem right with him. He seemed to have this distaste for Killian until a couple days ago when he embraced Killian in a hug as Killian yelled at him about executing his parents. I'm old for my age, and I understand that Lolakis is, quite frankly, an asshole. Offering a commoner a hug doesn't seem delicate of his. That's where that page ends. The next page. This one in particular has a stain of black liquid on it. And it says, floods are beginning. I have talked with the current followers of Tiana about relocating. Alexander suggested Stellawall. We've recently met a new, individual to our church. He came to the island saying he was going to investigate this black liquid and solve the problem for us, though he hasn't done fuck all about it. His name was Darium Veluso. I don't trust this guy. But then again, I don't have an option to figuring out what this liquid does. And he seems to have an expertise in it. And that's where that page ends. The next page is kind of wrinkly. Kind of like if you were to soak a paper in water and then leave it to dry. Lolakis's keep is gone. I am on a boat with Fiverr, Alexander, and Darium. Well, I couldn't have been more right. Killian, out of pure hatred, most likely, for King Lolakis, the torrential downpours of black liquid were from Killian. He was discussing of his distaste for the gods and how they had apparently abandoned him when he needed them most. I communed with Tiana about this, and she answered it was a decision that they were afraid to make because, well, they're afraid they gave Killian too much power. I'm getting old, and frankly, I'm going to have to train my successor. My fight with Killian was brief. He put up a fight, but I ended up sending a bolt from the gods into his chest, at which point he fell into the ocean. I imagine his body will wake up at shore at some point, but, hell, if it is on shore, he'll most likely be covered in, well, whatever crustaceans the sea wants to give him. I'm having Darium wipe the mind of this event from Alexander and Fiverr. Our other followers were not so lucky of getting away. The idea of this is dangerous and wrong. However, I know that Alexander and Fiverr would well, want to seek for the island and wish to uncover it. And I think it's best if we leave it behind. And let it eventually sink to the bottom of the ocean, where it belongs. Where the past mistakes of our island can be left. And there is another page. Darium's completed the ritual of removing the memories from them. I don't trust him. That very idea of messing with memories is wrong, but, well, I gave a blessing to Fiverr before the ritual was done. I don't trust Alexander with this information because he's reckless. He doesn't understand maybe the full actions of what he does or will do. He's a fool in that regard. But he knows how to handle the church. And Fiverr's the more wiser, I guess. Which is why I let him remember what happened. I'm sure someday this will come back to bite Fiverr, but, well, frankly, that's gonna be my problem at that point, and that's unfortunate. Darium says he's procuring this remedy to make you live longer, but I'm not gonna take it. I don't think I'm worth it. And there's another, what looks like the last page. I write this as my goodbye as we resettle into Najima. The Archmage Dubon has been very kind with us and allowed us to move in. If Fiverr, I know you're going to read this at some point. I assume you're going to want to come back to this island and, well, hopefully find this journal. But I'm going to go back and leave it there. For you. I think it's important you have something of history to, perhaps when everyone's ready for it, share it. And if you do find this, tell Alexander that he should watch his back. Darium is a threat to anyone he aligns himself with, and I regret letting him in, because much like a virus, he is slowly consuming us. Until there's nothing left. And that is where the journal ends.
Alright.
And on the last day of travel, you begin to approach this singular mountain that's marked on your map, Morark. It is cold, and most of you have to put on some extra clothes to keep warm, minus those people who are attuned to the colds. But you kind of approach this mountain, and looking at your map, you are where the camp should be.
Is there anything there?
Other than the mountain, there doesn't seem to be anything else.
The mountain, does it look like there's a path on it?
Roll investigation or perception.
I'll do investigation because I don't have a -1 in that. That is a 16 total. Lucky.
Okay. You look into the trail. Hey, or look into the mountain rather, and you do find a light trail. You motherfucker! I was gonna get to it. Shut up. There is a light trail that seemingly goes up the mountain.
Is it big enough for the cart?
No. It seems like a person, enough for at least 2-person side-by-side journey.
Alright. Morark's gonna turn to the party. He's going to say, I hate to do this, but do you all mind staying here? I shouldn't be long.
Okay. I'm just.
If you get in trouble, just
Yeah. I can
just
speak
tell
to you
us.
with the book, right?
Yes.
Alright. Raditz, do you mind making the walk with me?
Not at all.
Alright. Morark will hop out of the cart.
Okay. Morark, roll perception for me before you get onto the mountain.
I've got a -1 in this. Let's see
He's
what I
like,
get.
Must it be perception? My only weakness.
It's not terrible. It's a 14.
It's not good either.
That's not bad at all. You see, kind of perching on another mountain, seemingly on this kind of very much dead tree. You see a giant owl kind of just staring at you.
A giant owl?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
it looks like
There.
a snow owl.
Is it like giant in the sense like it could like fit on my arm, or is it like giant as in like dragon size?
Not dragon size, but it's like a
Okay.
medium-sized. I think it's
Sorry,
medium-sized. I'll check.
I have PTSD because
Owl.
I had a friend who was a DM once, and he was like, "Yeah, we have like he was playing a bartender, and the bartender was like, "Yeah, I have a giant rat problem," and we were like, "Oh, that's fine, we can handle that." So we go into the basement, and it's a literal giant rat. Like it's not like a bunch of rats; it's like a huge rat, and it killed us.
It is a large owl,
Okay,
but it is at a distance, so it's just
Okay.
watching you, seemingly.
okay. Morark will take note of it, but he'll start heading up the mountain.
All right. Raditz and Morark begin to climb the mountain, and it.
If he could, he's gonna talk to Raditz a little bit.
Oh, go for it.
He's gonna say, I'm bringing you along because I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't want to leave the cart undefended, but I don't know, I'm feeling conflicted. I feel like this is something I must do alone, but I'm afraid to do it on my own.
More for you. I know, got a bit of history with these guys, and, not all of it's necessarily good.
No. Especially when they see the sigil of Tiana. I wonder I wonder how they'll react.
Oh, I got your back.
I know. My thing is though that if they start instigating a fight, I don't want to just charge into the camp and kill them all. I want to try and leave them, and if possible, not kill any of them.
All right.
That's why I didn't have the whole party come, because I feel if we all come up here, then it might be a show of force in their eyes.
Yeah.
Besides, maybe they'll appreciate your smithing skills. And he gives Raditz like a little nudge.
It'll take a good chunk of the day to climb up this mountain. The more and more you seem to climb up it, the longer and longer it gets. However, it does look like you're slowly getting closer and closer to the top.
Okay. Morg's gonna try and telepathically talk to Rakus.
Okay, go for it. 25 words.
Alright.
Hold
Taking
on.
longer. Oh.
Let me double check it real quick. I don't think it's a back and forth like that. I think Rakus has to instigate it first.
Yeah, I do.
Alright.
I will say, it'll become sundown by the time you guys look like halfway up.
Alright. Morark plans on making the journey all the way up.
In one night?
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
I'll just like check in every now and then, asking how goes it.
And Aster can always peek in on
Theoretically, yeah.
Which if he does, Morark's not gonna like fight it or anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so occasionally Rakus just asks you, how's it going? You know, do you need anything? Are you okay?
Yeah. Morark will usually reply with like, unless something is wrong. I'll say like, we're good, because he's not gonna be fighting like 10 orcs and being like, yeah, I'm good. No, all good. No, everything's good. He's just gonna be like, everything's fine. Taking longer than I thought. Seems like this path is endless.
Okay.
And specifically, Aster will be on standby.
Okay.
Just probably asking Rakus what he's saying. And the second he says not good, he'll probably use scrying and figure out what's happening.
Okay. So for Raditz and Mork to know, it'll become night, and you're about halfway, more like 70% up the mountain.
Okay. Once it gets dark enough to like where we need torches and stuff to walk.
But you have dark vision.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
when it's dark. Yeah.
Where humans would need torches and stuff.
Yeah, we're simple.
Morark would like. The short rest prevents exhaustion, doesn't it?
I believe it does.
Okay. Because we can do a short rest without rolling hit die, right?
Yeah, you can. You can choose whether or not you want to roll.
Okay, then yeah, Morark would like take a short rest just to prevent exhaustion for himself, because he needs to be ready when he goes up there.
Okay, so you guys will like break it with a short rest.
Yeah, essentially. That's what Morark would do if Raditz wants to keep going. I assume he wouldn't, but I don't want to speak for, Nate.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. You guys eventually get to the top. Well, it looks like the top, and there's actually, it's not the tip as it keeps going, and it seems to end up at a tip. However, there's a big clearing that you get to, and there seems to be like what looks like a cave entrance. I need to.
Are there any like totems or markings?
There are actually next to the cave. It's kind of snow covered and looks almost like it hasn't been touched in a while, but there looks to be like a totem of a wolf, but it's entirely covered in snow, at least. You can only just see the nose. Give me a moment. I need to also look at something else because I'm getting so many messages about saving you guys. It is so cute. Everyone wants to save you guys if you get into trouble. Here, I'll message you my response. Alright. Anyway. So what would you guys like to do at the top?
Morark will take a deep breath in, and then like start heading towards the cave.
Okay.
Let's go.
Give me just a moment. I need to look at something. And okay. Morark,
Yeah.
you are. There is two things that'll happen simultaneously as you get to the mouth of the cave.
Alright.
For one, you didn't notice them, nor did Raditz, but seemingly above the mouth of the cave, there is a orc covered in snow, and a snow pelt that will jump down and attempt to grapple you, and there will be a spear thrown at you before he jumps down. So,
Dude.
let me. Okay, well, the spear will not hit because I'm looking at your armor class right now. The grapple.
It is a 20 now.
Yeah.
I haven't changed it.
The grapple. He will kind of as he's falling, just wrap his arms around you. It's this big burly orc with this kind of white wolf covered coat. He kind of wraps his arms around you, and kind of you teeter over and you both fall onto the ground, and he seems to have a very tight grip on you.
Do I roll a contested strength check or
You
anything?
can to try to break it.
That's what I'll do. I do get advantage on this.
Alright, fair enough.
Just
So
know who you are, please.
is it a save or is it a check?
It's a check.
I mean,
It can be like athletics or acrobatics.
oh well, then I'll use athletics, which is a +9, so I got a 21.
Okay. He did not succeed, so you kind of shove him off and kind of kick him away, and you stand
Morark will-
up.
Yeah, Morark will hold his hands up and he'll say, "I don't want to fight."
Then what are you doing here? And he says that in Orcish.
Morark will reply in Orcish. He'll say, "I came to talk."
And you see him exhale, and it's kind of just almost like steam just leaving his nostrils, and it kind of blows out into the area around him. We'll see what Chieftain says. And just as he says that, the giant snow owl kind of begins to flap its wings down as it kind of slows and hovers above you. And it slowly lands behind you. And you see it kind of shrink, and it morphs into a form. You see it holds a great axe in its hand. And you see this figure covered in what seems like this massive, this wolf kind of headpiece that sits on his head. And it seems to connect to a giant kind of wolf pelt that flows from his back. He has another pelt on his chest that seems to have spots where it shows some type of old kind of runes that were covered over, but seem to be in no use. And he isn't heavily armored like Morark or Raditz, but he's got some armor on him. And to whom do I owe the pleasure of meeting here? And he says that in common.
Morark will introduce himself first. My name is... And he'll turn towards Raditz.
I'm Raditz.
It is, well, would be a pleasure to meet you both. However, you, and he points at Morark, are you the big bad wolf?
I am.
The one who has been hunting what remains of us?
Yes. I won't deny.
And as he's kind of having this conversation, you kind of look over your shoulder, and there appear to be like these kind of 15 orcs that kind of step out seemingly from the cave, from the darkness of it. And he says, what have you come here for?
To atone for my sins.
We are trying to weed corruption.
I'll give you two options. And he kind of walks up to you, and he I forgot to mention one important piece, but the headpiece that's kind of around him is it comes down kind of like a mask. So
yeah.
But you can see the big muscles and the kind of tannish green skin that shows through his armor. Well, I can't say I entirely forgive you. Nor can I say that your friends down there are entirely okay to come up this mountain. I'm okay with your... And he kind of looks at Raditz with his mask. Clerical friend being here. But no one should enter the mountain without my permission. Or else you'll have a fight ahead of you. Now, we have, well, an issue. According to what we've seen around us, it's been snowing. For one day it snowed this black stuff. Seemingly it's entered our mountain and it's corrupted some of our plants. You hear him take a big inhale, and that isn't the most pressing matter. For one, what color are Morark's eyes?
They're not their normal, like, dark green or they're light green. It's kind of like in between. It's like at any moment he could kick into overdrive if he needed to, but that he's like just holding it back.
What orcish family do you hail from? From us.
Morark shrugged his shoulders and say, maybe you can tell me. And then he'll reach into his pocket and pull out the locket.
He'll kind of, one of the orcs coming from behind you will walk up in front of the chieftain and he will slowly kind of put his hand out, and then,
Morark, give it to him.
well, he'll reach out to your hand holding it out, and
Okay.
he'll kind of slowly reach out, and then quickly just take it, and then hand it to the chieftain. And the chieftain will take it, hesitantly look at you, and look back at the locket and click it. And it opens, and he lets it open in his hand. He closes the locket.
So, which one do I hail from?
Come, we must have a trial by combat. And he begins to walk into the cave, and he stops and he says, "To the death. Your mother was the last chieftain, or at least one of the important figures before she was taken. Not by that human, by a monster. I'm familiar with him. I'm assuming you've heard of him."
Yeah, I have.
"And what of him? Is he still breathing on this wasted soil that he stands on?"
Morark will move his cloak back a little bit to reveal the head of Darium.
A bunch of the orcs kind of hear kind of like a lot of murmurs go on.
And then Morark will take the head and toss it in front of the chieftain.
The chieftain will look down at it, and the blood kind of there's not much blood left, but the blood that there is there will kind of stain some of the snow.
Mm-hmm.
The chieftain will pick it up by its hair.
He suffered before he died. Greatly.
And he kind of puts it onto some sort of belt he has, and he says, as he pulls out the locket again, "That paladin." And he stares at it for a long while and closes it again. "We are familiar with him."
I don't know what happened to him, I believe. I don't know if it was a clone or what, but I'm certain both of them are dead.
And you see him kind of nod his head. "Valere is most likely dead, yes. Your mother. And Synchrom. When Darium came here and took Valere away, Synchrom tried his best to defend her. Our enemy. But it seems that Darium took him too. Darium wore the robes of Tiana, but seems he wasn't a follower.
No. And I don't mean to interrupt you, chieftain, but I'm no leader. I'm no chieftain. I'm no great, I don't know, fighter. I'm just a soldier. And I'm just trying to do right by the world since I've done so much wrong. And one thing that I came to say is, I'm here to help you in whatever I can. I don't lay any claim to your throne besides my heritage, and even then, I don't believe it to be naturally founded.
You hear a couple other orcs chuckle. The reason Volaire, the reason her hilt is in my hands. And he kind of holds up the great axe. It was no secret to us that Volaire was talking with Synchrom. No one liked it, but Synchrom showed us kindness that we hadn't seen from that church. We're told that Synchrom was a murderer, much like you. But when his true colors were shown, he was like us, survivors in this cold world. And he kind of gestures around him. You're not challenging me for my position, but I wish to... Well, there aren't much of us left. And he kind of gestures to the 12 that walked out. But what's left of us is strong. And the cold conclave that rested here, the white dragon, he's moved on somewhere else.
I know where he is.
Where?
Najima. My home. And the place I came to ask help. For raiding, essentially.
Raiding what? The city or...
Just one place. The cathedral. I've no intent on killing those that do not deserve it. Only one man so far has proved himself somewhat worthy of a death, aside from Dardium. I need to confront that man, and I need to show him what he's done and what his actions have caused, aside from just from me, but to you. I don't know if you want to return to Stellawall or Najima or any of that, but this is a chance that I'm giving to you to return and try to make a life there again. And I know my original purpose was to rid you all of this world, but I was lied to my entire life, and only came to find out what I was truly when Darian betrayed me. And even then, Alexander still lied to my face. Under his rule, the church will never change or grow or be better. I'm not going to run it, but I can at least atone for my sins by giving you what you've lost.
This individual you speak of is Alexander. Is his name Alexander?
Yes.
Then we must have this trial by combat. Because I don't follow with what you're saying, though these followers might.
I don't want to kill you.
Nor do I want to kill you. But you won't achieve my help. With the history that Synchrom has with us. Whatever religion he worshipped, I think it's best we respect him, though it may be wrong and flawed. He followed Tiana, and he kind of gestures to the sky, for some reason.
Is there any other way?
And he kind of looks around. There's nothing here else in this wasteland. Just us.
So come back.
Once again, my fellow orcs may disagree with me. And he kind of looks around. But I think the way you want us to come back is just as bad as the war we had.
Maybe.
It starts with one, and then it grows into two, even if you don't want it to be. Then it goes into 3, and 4, and then the next thing you know, your tribe is dwindled.
Listen, I'm not asking you to. Raid was a bad word. It's merely a march or a demonstration, a test. They don't want you there because of the lies they've been told, and I'm trying to prove them wrong. As I was wrong. My original goal was to lead you all into battle and destroy the entire church. But after reading this book, and he gestures towards the journal he had, after hearing what Darium had to say, and he looks towards Raditz, and listening to my friends a little, I realize that you won't change the world by just killing everyone that gives you issues or solving every problem you have by a blade. And maybe Alexander does need to die, and maybe I need to deal that blow. But if anybody is going to die, it would only be him. And even then, I'm skeptical on doing that myself. The main thing that I want to achieve, though, is to grant you all the lives that you lost. And if the only way to do that is to fight you, then I won't do it. I'll turn around, and I'll go back to Stellawall empty-handed. And you can stay here.
He kind of stands there for a little bit.
I'm not going to kill more of you. I'm done doing that.
He clicks open the locket again and he looks at it for a good period of time. And then he closes it. And he tosses it back to you.
Morark will catch it.
A trial must be had, but maybe we choose what happens to each other, if it should come to it. I believe that your way might be right. Maybe we should, well, have an audience with them. But out here there's quiet. And he kind of turns around, he walks back to you, and he says, and I might just be too much of a coward to do anything about it. So I need justification. Morark. I need to prove to myself that I am either right or wrong by this. And there are things, and you hear the kind of, the fist he has around the axe kind of tighten.
Mm-hmm.
I have things that belong to you that you may only get by beating me in a battle. And you may choose what happens to me. But I may choose the same for you as well.
If we must do a trial, I won't kill you.
I know. You see him kind of take another deep breath in, and he sighs again. Follow me.
Morark will follow, and he'll look to Raditz for support.
Raditz gives them a nod.
Okay. You guys follow them into the mountain. You guys gonna follow them on this decline a little bit. And then you come to this very kind of low lit area. And the chieftain kind of walks in and he says, lights. And you see two more of the orcs from behind you that are following you kind of run past him and begin lighting this interior that kind of gives off this golden color from the torches. All right. There are a couple, well, I hate to say it, rules. And you see him kind of start detaching the leather on his chest, and he bundles it up, and he throws it to the side as he kind of walks to the farther end of the cave. For one, there must be no body armor.
Morark will remove his plate.
For two, and in Orcish he'll say, weapons that match ours, please. And you see a couple more orcs run off, and each kind of come back. One has a very old and rusted great axe that he hands to the chieftain, as the chieftain also throws his axe to the side. And as he does so, he looks at you, and the axe blade, you see him kind of pop it off.
Mm-hmm.
And he throws the blade to the side, and then he throws the hilt onto his leather.
Morark will draw out his mother's great axe head after handing his executioner's sword to Raditz.
And there will be an orc also running up to you with a rusted greatsword.
Morark will take it.
Any abilities that you have, well, learned are available if you're capable of throwing spells. I'm also okay with it. And
I only have abilities, no spells.
I also.
Morark will point to his runes that are inscribed on him.
I also only have abilities. And obviously, your friend, Raditz, must not interfere with the battle at all.
Morark will turn
Of
to
course.
Raditz and he'll say, so no ships with, dueling on them. That scenario, if you remember it.
Yeah.
And if you may watch, he kind of gestures to the left, and there's these kind of stone sculptures. Look like seats, but they're like crudely made. They got like some of the seat kind of it kind of juts out a bit. If you like sit on it, it feels weird. Like it feels like your behind is getting poked. But it's a seat nonetheless, and there's about, well, it looks like it's about 40 chairs that go deep into the mountain, but with the orcs kind of running and filling the chairs, only about, if Raditz sits down, only about 13 are filled. Raditz, you sit in the kind of Colosseum chairs. Raditz?
I sit down.
Okay.
Real quick, what's happening real quick before this whole thing? What's happening on the cart?
Nothing much. Davin's kind of smoking out of his pipe, legs kind of crossed, relaxing. I imagine Rakis is kind of just meditating or playing his lute, waiting.
Yep. And then every now and then writing in the book.
Okay. Yeah.
Is there?
I'd say there would
There's
be
that.
ample time for another message to be sent because this kind of happened in a relative, fast pattern.
Okay. So, kind of want to cast scrying, but I don't know, man.
I mean, if you want to do it, you can.
All right, I'm
Like I
gonna
said,
do it.
Morark won't resist it.
Is it getting kind of like to sundownish time?
No, it's midday.
Midday?
And there are gray skies, so from the snow, so something to keep in mind.
Hey, I'm gonna cast scrying and just to see what's going on.
Okay. As you do that, we come on to this as you kind of close your eyes, hold the orb in between your crossed legs, focus and grab onto your bow and concentrate. The sound around you deprivates and your breathing kind of almost feels like it vanishes, but you feel your lungs kind of fill and then deflate. You close your eyes and then you open them again, and you're in this almost Colosseum-like area inside a cave. And you see Morark standing with just his shirt on and pants. He holds a rusted greatsword in his hand, and he's standing opposite from this orc who has a great axe in hand, also rusted. He actually has no shirt on and has only his pants. You see Raditz kind of sits in this chair, and these orcs kind of sit around him. And the orc will say, "No." And he says in Orcish, which you don't understand this bit, Aster. Ready the countdown. And one of the orcs will stand up and from their chairs and they'll say in Orcish, 3, 2, 1. And you'll see Aster, as soon as 1 is hit, both Morark and what looks like this chieftain begin to rush towards each other, weapon in hand.
Oh my god.
Battle to be held for the next session.
Oh yeah.
Bro.
All right. Well, that is it for this game. GG, guys. You guys should really turn off your scripts next time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I left mine at home.
I see. Anyway, we'll be live again next week. What?
We have tank.
Yeah, you guys have a armored cart.
We have tank now.
Hot tank go burr. By the way, if you want to put a nameplate on the back of it, you can.
Bro. Heck, I just read this part of the script, guys. I was supposed to use scrying on freaking the church guy. Heck,
Alexander. I'm
Yeah.
surprised you didn't do it, but yeah.
It was in
Anyway.
the script, guys. I forgot. I'm sorry. I messed up
Anyway.
big time.
Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.